Right.
I'd like to welcome members, officers and members of the public to this meeting of the council. Before the meeting starts, can I ask the committee member and scrutiny officer to update you on the systems being used to confirm that officers in remote attendance are present?
Thank you. Can I confirm that Nigel Smith is in attendance remotely, please?
Good evening. Yes, I am.
Thank you, Nigel. We can hear you. Rules of debate. If a member wishes to speak, they should use the speak button located on the microphone unit. The microphone will light up green and the chair will be alerted of your request to speak. When the chair invites you to speak, your microphone will be made live and will turn red, at which point you can speak. The normal procedure in respect to debate and times to speak will apply. Voting. When requested to vote, voting will be via the yes, no, abstain buttons on your microphone units. Details of how members voted will be shown on the screens around the room and the result will be visible on the YouTube stream. In the event of a tied vote, the chair will have the casting vote. Are there any questions before we start the meeting? Thank you. I'll hand back to the chair.
Apologies for absence. I've received apologies for the absence of Councillors Sadie Billing, Keith Hoskins, Emma Rowe, Tamsin Thomas, Rona Cameron, Kathy Brown-John and Claire Winchester. Are there any other apologies? Are there any other apologies?
Turn up your hearing aid then.
Minutes of the meeting 11th of July 24. I would like to propose that we take as read and approve as a true record the minutes of the council held on the 11th of July 2024. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Allen, thank you.
Happy to second, Chair.
Any comments? No. Can we go to the vote, please?
Chair, the motion's carried.
Notification of other business. There's been no business advised. Chair's announcements. Recording. In accordance with council policy, this meeting is recorded. The recordings will be available on both the council's YouTube page and the council's ModGov site with the documents from this meeting. Climate and ecological emergencies. Members are reminded that the council has declared both a climate emergency and an ecological emergency. These are serious decisions that mean that, as these are emergencies, all of us, officers and members, have that in mind as we carry out our various roles and tasks for the benefit of our district. More details are included on the agenda front sheet. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded to make declarations of interest before an item. The detailed reminder about this and speaking rights is set out in the chair's announcements on the agenda. Rules of debate. Please can I remind you that the normal procedure rules in respect of debate time and times to speak will apply. No speeches may be made after the mover has moved a motion and explained the purposes of it until the motion has been seconded. When seconding a motion or amendment, a member may reserve their speech until later in the debate. In accordance with the Constitution, please can members ensure that no speech exceeds 5 minutes without the consent of the chair. Comfort break. 4.823A of the Constitution does not apply in this meeting. Therefore, a member may leave the room during the debate and consideration of that item and be able to vote. However, please try to do this at an appropriate point. If the meeting goes on at length, I will pause for a comfort break at a suitable time. Community Governance Review. The Council resolved to carry out a community governance review for the whole district, which focuses on parish level arrangements. The first stage of the review is to consult, and the Council is inviting residents, parish councils, and any interested parties to have their say on current arrangements, as well as suggestions for future arrangements via a survey, which is open until 7th of October. There's a dedicated web page on the Council's website titled Community Governance Review, which includes a link to the survey. You will see that you have some posters in front of you. I think that's what that is. We really would appreciate your help to promote the review by displaying them in any community buildings or notice boards that you have access to. Youth Democracy Day. I would like to invite all members of the Youth Democracy Day on Thursday to the Youth Democracy Day on Thursday, 14th of November. The day will be attended by pupils from across the district. Can I thank those members that have already agreed to attend and ask that members confirm their attendance by emailing committee services. I would also ask that this event be shared and promoted to any of your school contacts in the district. Churchgate consultation. We'd like to invite all residents to take part in the Churchgate conversation to help us shape the future vision of the Churchgate shopping area in Hitchin. You can have your say by completing an online survey, which you will find on our website and across our social media pages. The hub will aim to be open on market days throughout September. More dates will be revealed over the coming weeks. We're really looking forward to hearing your needs and wants for the future of the Churchgate shopping area of Hitchin. Thank you. Council April 25 and Annual Council May 25. The date for the April Council meeting has been confirmed as Tuesday the 1st of April 2025, and Annual Council will be on Thursday the 22nd of May 2025. Dispensation. The Monitoring Officer has given dispensation to all councillors to take part in debates and votes on the motion this evening in relation to the motions regarding 2-child limit to benefits and changes to the winter fuel allowance. The Monitoring Officer granted all district councils who would be affected by either motion with a dispensation on the basis that they declare any such interest before the item is introduced and debated. Following this, councillors may remain, debate and vote on the item. This dispensation is in place until the matter is determined at this meeting or as relevant in any associated council-related business resulting from these motions. 5. Public participation. There's no public participation. Questions from members. There have been 3 questions submitted by members in accordance with Standing Order 4.811. The first one, about the solar farm strategy, can I invite Councillor Ralph Muncer to put the question to Councillor Daniel Allen as interim executive member for planning and transport?
Thank you, Chair. To ask the Leader of the Council whether the administration will bring forward a solar farm strategy for North Hertfordshire in response to a number of recent solar farm applications across the district.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Muncer. Last week, Cabinet approved the new Sustainability SPD to support the local plan. This includes additional guidance on matters we will take into account when considering applications for solar farms. This will also be considered through the local plan review. If the proposals in the current consultation on the National Planning Policy Framework are brought forward, the Council will be expected to proactively identify sites for renewable and low carbon development when producing plans.
Does Councillor Mansell have a supplementary question?
I do. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Allen for the response. I think it's very disappointing the fact that Council hasn't actually got a solar farm strategy. And it doesn't intend to bring forward one because these are a number of threats that are posed to rural communities in particular. But one of the first acts of the Labour government was when Ed Miliband became Energy Secretary to approve a number of solar farms in opposition to strong local concerns and in opposition to the recommendation of the Planning Inspectorate. Does he agree with me that local communities, including those in North Hertfordshire, should have a meaningful say when these applications are brought forward? Or does he agree with his colleague, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, in that, and I quote, local communities should suck it up?
I can definitely give an answer to that. I agree with our planning board whenever they make a decision that affects our residents. They are the ones that are there to make these decisions, and I will support them on the decisions that they make.
Thank you. Question B, proposed reforms to the National Planning Policy Framework. Can I invite Councillor Ralph Munster to put the question to Councillor Daniel Allen?
Thank you again, Chair. To ask the Leader of the Council if he will set out Council's response to the consultation on the Government's proposed reforms to the National Planning Policy Framework and other changes to the planning system.
Thank you again. Officers has drafted a technical response to the detailed question in the consultation, which will be finalised and submitted and reported in a future Strategic Planning Matters report to Cabinet. Any covering letter, political response or equivalent from the Council will be based upon the outcome of the relevant motions that follow on from tonight's agenda.
Councillor Munster, do you have a supplementary?
I do, and I thank Councillor Allen for that response, and I very much look forward to that debate later on. But much has been said about these planning reforms, and an area which I just want to focus and zoom in on is new towns, because a government-mandated new town would result in extra strain on already pressured local services and infrastructure in North Hertfordshire, not to mention create greater uncertainty for communities across this district. And therefore, can I invite the Leader of the Council to join me in stating that North Herts is not a suitable location for a government-mandated new town?
Chair, may I ask if that's actually relevant as a follow-on question? Because the question was about the NPPF, not government strategy on new towns.
The NPPF. Would you like me to repeat that, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So the question clearly sets out regarding the National Planning Policy Framework and other changes to the planning system. In response to Councillor Allen's question, the new town strategy, if it doesn't fall under and is caught by the clause pertaining to the NPPF, it certainly is under the other changes to the planning system, as the strategy was announced at the same time as those other changes. I hope that provides a little bit of clarity to the matter.
I think it's probably okay to be answered.
No, because it would preempt any consultation or debate that we have as a council. So no.
Thank you. Question C, environmental crime officers. Can I invite Councillor David Barnard to put the question to Councillor Amy Allen, Executive Member for Recycling and Waste Management?
Thank you, Chair. A few years ago, the administration transferred an environmental crime officer to work in the planning enforcement team. Colin Braybrook worked in that department until he left to take up another post elsewhere. The environmental enforcement was left depleted with just 2 officers patrolling the north and south
Sorry,
of the
that's
district.
not the question that I've got here.
Oh, well, okay. I'll have that as a supplementary when it comes in. Okay. So, what was that? Could I ask the executive member for recycling and waste management how many environmental crime officers are employed by the council to investigate offences such as fly tipping?
Amy?
Two.
Councillor Barnard, do you have a supplementary question?
This is going to be a little bit like Groundhog Day to start with. A few years ago, the administration transferred the environmental crime officer to work in the planning enforcement team. He has subsequently left to take up a post elsewhere. Some years ago now, the environmental enforcement was left depleted with just 2 officers patrolling the north and south of the district. This has put enormous pressure on them both, especially when their duties include the evaluation of the evidence that they gathered from the numerous fly tips, which includes the preparation of collated evidence, contacting the perpetrators, interviewing them under caution and recording the interviews, preparing a solid case for the legal department to issue court proceedings and then attending court. This demands a large proportion of their time, which could be better served being on the road detecting and pursuing other environmental crimes in our towns and countryside. Even now, they've been given extra duties such as investigating
Councillor Barnard,
etc.
could you get to the question, please?
I certainly will, madam. The pressure is intolerable, especially as half the 2-person team has been on long-term sick leave. Will the executive member agree that there is an urgent need to employ extra support to this overburdened department, either by employing an extra environmental officer or by employing a skilled administration support officer who can take the pressure off of our existing officers?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I appreciate your question, David. It actually, I did preempt it ever so slightly after our conversation and such, and I think it's really important to discuss these things, especially when you've got our officers in the field as they are. I did look into this and do a little bit of investigation, have some conversations, and you're right, we need to tidy up and find some resolution regarding the paperwork and the back office kind of stuff that our community safety officers have to deal with. So I hope to be working with Steve Cobb to be sorting that out to alleviate some of the pressure and work on paperwork that is on our community safety officers so they can actually be out in the field doing their job. As for the rest, I'm not going to sit here and say, yes, we absolutely need another employee, but I will absolutely take your concerns on board and hopefully look into doing something like that in the future, because 2 people covering North Hart, it's a large area. And I really would like to try and find ways to make that better.
Thank you, Councillor Allen, and thank you for your questions. Notice of motions. We've received 5 motions to consider. The correct notice has been given in accordance with Standing Order 4.8.12. A. Provision of affordable housing and infrastructure on developments. Can I invite Councillor Steve Jarvis to move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. Whatever else we might disagree about, I think we probably would all agree that there is a problem with affordability of housing in North Hertfordshire and indeed in much of the rest of the country as well. The last government's strategy for increasing the provision of affordable housing was to increase the provision of unaffordable housing and get the developers to pay for a proportion of it to be made affordable. They did, unfortunately, of course, include this viability test process, which allowed developers to show that it wasn't viable to build the affordable houses. So then they just let them build the ones that weren't affordable, with a target of 300,000 a year, which they missed consistently. And that, of course, has been taken forward by the new government, who's decided that rather than build 300,000 a year, they should build 1.5 million over a parliament. And of course, parliaments usually last around 5 years. So there's not actually a tremendous difference in the number there. Their strategy to improve the performance there and build more houses and consequently more affordable houses appears to be based on doing what the development industry has told them is required and making it easier for developers to get planning permission, because the development industry says that the reason more houses aren't built is because there are not more planning permissions provided. The evidence doesn't tend to support that, because 40% of the planning permissions, 40% of the houses that have been given planning permission since 2015 have not yet been built. And across England, that's 1 million homes that have permission but haven't been built. Now, the proportion in North Hertfordshire would be less than that, but there are still many hundreds of houses that have planning permission that developers have not yet chosen to build. Now, the reason, of course, that developers would like planning permission to be much easier to get is because it will make their lives easier. It will enable them to get more permissions. And in terms of the financial arrangements to developers, getting planning permission is more valuable than building houses and much cheaper, since you don't actually have to build anything. So, and also, as we've seen in only too many occasions, what developers do is get permission for a large number of houses and build some of them, and then build some more at a rate which will maximize their return. And you can't blame a commercial development company for doing that. Their objective is to maximize the return for their shareholders. But the government and the local government and the planning system in general should be mitigating that to ensure that what's delivered meets the needs of the community. Now, regrettably, the government's proposed NPPF changes don't go in that direction at all. They fall into the trap set by the developers that it would be more profitable for them if it were much easier to get planning permission. And the changes introduce many things that will make that easier, including replacing an assessment of need based on an assessment of need with a percentage of the existing housing stock to be built each year, and identifying that some greenbelt sites aren't really greenbelt, and some of them aren't. I remember during the run-up to the election, the then shadow cabinet member responsible said that it was the Labour Party's policy to build housing on redundant petrol stations. And I'm sure that's a great thing to do, but it's not actually going to build anywhere near the government's targets. So I think it's important that we send the message back that the changes that the government is proposing are not going to address the issue of affordability of housing in places like North Hertfordshire. They're probably not going to succeed in building any more houses. What they are going to succeed in doing is increasing the profits of the development industry. Now, I noticed that there are some proposed amendments, and essentially they could be characterised as saying, well, the government hasn't got it quite as wrong as you're claiming, but I'm afraid I think that they have. And I think that we need to send a very clear message that the way the government is approaching this is not going to help those people in North Hertfordshire who are currently struggling to find a home that they can afford, and the government ought to be dealing with that issue rather than dealing with the issue.
Could you wind up, please?
Rather than dealing with the issue in the way that the development industry wants them to.
Is there a seconder?
I'd like to second the motion, and I reserve my right to speak.
I understand Councillor Wright Mason wants to propose a motion, amendment.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, can I thank colleagues for raising this motion on such an important issue? I've raised this amendment to hopefully take a step further with the sentiment behind the motion, which I believe is shared by the majority in this chamber. We have all seen how infrastructure has been allowed to become an optional bonus for developments rather than an enforced essential. That is why I have high hopes for this government to deliver on their promise of the next generation of new towns, strategically placed and planned, that will meet the needs of the established and arriving people. However, this must be done hand in hand with local authorities who need additional power and resource to build and maintain new housing, allowing them to set their own levels of true affordability so they can focus on providing homes, not just generating profit. So I'm very happy to support the sentiment of this motion, and I hope colleagues across the chamber will support the expanded edition. I will finish by saying that I do not envy this new government, who are met with the challenge of overcoming decades of mass failure to deliver on housing targets, the consequences of which are being felt by an entire generation in this country. But to meet these challenges, they must work together with local authorities like ours. So I hope that this motion can see the start of a cooperative and constructive dialogue between us. Thank you.
Is there a seconder to the amendment? Councillor Winstanley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, happy to second and reserve my right to speak.
Okay, so we can debate on the amendment. Is there anybody that wishes to speak? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. On the amendment, I'd like to say that I am proud that our council brought forward the 40% affordable housing while under the joint administration. We believe the current local plan identifies the right homes in the right places for right now. Thank you.
Can we move to the vote on the amendment?
Chair, that motion is carried.
Okay, so now we can vote on the substantive motion. To debate the substantive motion, sorry. Is there anybody that wishes to speak? Councillor Muncer.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sure that everyone in this chamber will agree about the need to build more homes, specifically, of course, more affordable homes. But the fact remains that housing development is concentrated in London and the South East. Now, if you go to places like Manchester, I'm sure some colleagues will be up in Liverpool this weekend for Labour Party conference. Go and walk past an estate agent there, because the homes of which are located in those urban areas aren't unaffordable. And the key task that we have is to actually grow the economy outside of London and the South East, and with that move more demand for housing out of this region. A concern that I have regarding this motion is that it says about the council's views, and unfortunately it's a little bit ambiguous. It's a bit too vague for my liking, and I'm not entirely sure what exactly the proposed strategy of which is mentioned in this motion actually is. So on that basis, the Conservatives will be abstaining on this.
Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's really disappointing that the planning reforms from the incoming government are seeking to make it easier to get planning permissions rather than address the issue of unbuilt developments. We've heard already from Councillor Jarvis how many permissions there are that are still not built. And whilst I applaud this sentiment of, you know, our local plan has 40% affordable housing, and within that there is some social housing, because I take Councillor Muncer's point. Affordable housing at 80% in this district is not affordable for many people, and we do need to be building social housing. And I share the sentiments of the Labour group in that. But what we need to ensure that developers there's some incentive for them to build those developments that have already been given planning permission, rather than to be looking for more and to cherry pick, which is what happens, the sites which are easiest to deliver and most cost effective for them and will increase their profits. And I think I was hoping that this new Labour government would, rather than make it easier to get planning permission and reduce the powers of local authorities, would actually increase the powers of local authorities in insisting that developers actually build out those developments that they already have planning permission with the 40% affordable housing, and including that element of social housing that we have as stipulated in our local plan. So whilst you know, the bit about the social and affordable housing, yes, we want to. I support that the Labour idea that we need to give more powers to councils, but unfortunately, their government is not doing that, and I will be abstaining on this motion.
Does anybody else wish to speak? No, then we can go to voting on the substantive motion. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Thank you. So I think that to address the points raised in the amendment, whilst I think we probably all agree that there should be more power for councils to provide social housing in particular, the regrettable thing is that the amendment means that it removes any suggestion that developers should be, that there should be mechanisms to make developers build the housing that they have planning permission for. The major shortfall in terms of housing delivery over the last few years that are not addressed by any of these proposals is that developers don't build the houses for which they do have permission. And that's a really, I think, critical part of this. Yes, it would be great for councils to make a contribution to meeting needs for affordable housing, but I simply don't think it's realistic to assume that that's going to deal with the scale of the problem. There needs to be a mechanism that requires the development industry to operate in a different way. And the presently proposed planning changes underscore and support their current behaviour. So with the amendment, the motion fails to address those issues, and therefore will fail to address the issues of increasing the affordability of housing in North Hertfordshire.
Okay, I think we can now go to the vote. Thank you for that. So we're voting on the amended motion as published in the supplementary papers. Is everyone happy with that? Okay, can we go to the vote, please?
Chair, that motion's carried.
Okay, we move on to the two-child limit to benefit payments motion. Can I invite Councillor Chris Lucas to move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I sit here before you not only as a Liberal Democrat, but as a parent and, as befits most of the members in this chamber, someone who seeks to serve the public with empathy, decency and sympathy. And I'm here to speak against a policy that goes against all the principles of fairness, compassion and equality, the two-child limit on benefits payments, a policy that this new Labour government is choosing to implement. This policy essentially tells families that after 2 children, you're on your own. It says the 2,120 children and 590 households in North Herts that would be affected by this policy, that even if you face hard times and you find yourselves in difficult circumstances, that the state will only support your first 2 children. Basically, any child you have beyond your first 2 children is a burden and not a blessing. Let's be clear, poverty doesn't come from having children. Poverty comes from inequality, from a broken economy, and from government policies that punish the vulnerable rather than uplift them. And I recognise that the mess left behind by the previous Tory government has forced this new government into having to take some difficult decisions. However, this policy at its core is deeply unfair because it disproportionately impacts low-income families who rely on benefits during difficult periods of their lives. Families do not choose hardship. They do not choose job losses, illness, or the economic pressures that come from the rising living costs. Labour's 2-child benefits cap risks deepening child poverty. Many families who have more than 2 children were not living in poverty when they made the choice to grow their family. But life can change in an instant. What happens when a parent loses their job, when an unexpected illness strikes, or when the cost of living crisis stretches household budgets to breaking point? Families are left to make impossible choices, cutting back on essentials like food, heating, and clothing because a government refuses to offer support to more than 2 children. This is not just unjust, it's inhumane. But this policy doesn't just hurt families in the here and now, it also hurts our society in the long term. Children growing up in poverty are more likely to suffer from mental health issues, educational challenges, and poor health. They are less likely to reach their potential, and that holds all of us back. I also want to highlight something else that is often overlooked by discussions on this 2-child benefit cap, and that is the ingrained sexism in this policy as well. It's a policy that assumes women can control and should control their reproductive choices entirely based on economic circumstances. It ignores the reality of domestic abuse, contraceptive failure, or the difficult decisions that families face. We should empower families, not dictate their choices or penalise them for circumstances they cannot control. Labour should be standing up for those children and those families, but instead they're choosing to side with a policy that belongs to a mean-spirited past. It is said that to govern is to choose, and I must admit I am shocked that it is a Labour government that is choosing to punish a family based on the number of children that they have. We all know how life is unpredictable sometimes. Let's send a message to both our local MPs and the government on behalf of those families most in need in our communities that the 2-child limit to benefits payment is a cruel policy and should be scrapped forthwith. Thank you.
Before I ask if there's a seconder, can I just remind people that you need to declare your interest before debating this if you are a claimant of child benefit too. Is there a seconder to the motion? Yeah. If they're affected by the policy. Yeah. Is there a seconder? Councillor Tim Johnson.
Yes, only 2 children. I second and reserve the right to speak, please.
I understand that there is an amendment to this motion. Can I ask Councillor Mason to?
Thank you, Chair. In fact, there's 2 amendments.
Sorry.
I did it as 2 separate ones. I don't know if you want me to do them one at a time, or I'm happy to speak to both, but should I do one at a time?
No, both at the same time.
Thank you very much. First of all, to thank Councillor Lucas for introducing a matter that clearly he feels very strongly about, as do many people in the chamber, and also for the passionate way in which he moved it. The first amendment I've got is is to try and strengthen the motion and make it more sensible and more rational and more honest. Because the sentence that says council notes with concern the stance of the Labour government, who are committed to keeping the cap, is stretching the truth to breaking point, I would suggest. I think everybody in this chamber knows that the Labour government has made it clear that it would want to get rid of the 2-cap thing, and it's lack of budget that has stopped us from doing it so far. And I really think that political rhetoric is not helpful and actually takes away from the sentiment I think most of us would probably agree with in this motion. It's the one bit of this motion that makes this sniping rather than heartfelt. And I would ask that the mover would accept the amendment.
Do your second part.
Thank you, Chair. The second part, again, it's just about making this motion what I think it's intended to be, which isn't supposed to be a political pot shot. I take it that this motion is supposed to be a serious answer to a genuine problem, and what I've sought to do with this amendment is I genuinely think it would be quite hard for anyone to vote against this amendment, because I don't think we would not want to work. I don't think we'd not welcome setting up a child poverty task force. And I cannot imagine that anyone in this chamber would suggest we wouldn't work with central government to ensure its recommendations are effectively implemented. I'm hoping this one is easy, even easier than the first one, for Councillor Lucas to accept. So I move with both amendments. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Wright Mason.
Point of order, Chair. Is it in order for there to be 2 amendments proposed at the same time? My reading of standing orders is that one amendment has to
It's
be
just
proposed
one
and dealt with.
amendment.
It's one amendment.
Yeah.
So one vote is going to be taken on all of it. Well, if it's 2 votes, it's 2 amendments, and you have to do one and then do the other.
It depends on whether you're willing to accept.
There were 2 of them. And now you're saying that there's one, so there's clearly some conflict and confusion here.
It's in 2 parts.
He said it was 2 of them.
Sorry, would be helpful.
Would be helpful if I clarified. It is two proposed amendments. The answer I suggest would be to take the first one, and then come back to the second one. And I can bore people by repeating what I said the second time, or if they wish to tell me they heard me the first time, then I don't have to repeat it. But I suggest we take it as 2 votes.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion. If
First
that
one
meets Councillor Jarvis's point of order.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to do the first part. Councillor Daniel Wright Mason.
Happy to second and reserve my right to speak.
Permission to put this bit include in his amendment firstly ask Councillor Lucas if he wishes to take that.
Councillor Chris Lucas, are you willing to accept the section that deletes the sentence? Council notes with concern the stance of the Labour government who are committed to keeping the cap.
Before I answer that, Chair, Councillor Strong was trying to get your attention on something, so I'm not sure if you're in deep in conversation, so I'm quite happy for Councillor Strong to ask a question.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No.
No. Okay. All right. So we now need to go for a vote on this. So is there any debate? Mr. Strong?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit confused on the backbench because the council is resolving, and in the papers that I'm looking at, there are no changes made to the resolution that we're making tonight. The only bit that has been amended is something that is noted. So that is not, to me, the motion. The motion is what we would be resolving to do. And I haven't heard anybody give words to actually change what we were resolving to do as a council. So I'm a little confused as to why we need the amendment is just actually on the bit of the note, which to me isn't that substantive at all, really. It's because what we're actually going to be resolving to do that we really should be voting on. I've sat here many hours for many nights, and I've never seen a vote on something that we've noted as a council. It's the motions that are normally amended. Some clarification would be very helpful to the backbench here.
Okay, someone's put forward a motion. Someone has asked to amend it by deleting the line, which read council notes with concern the stance of the Labour government who are committed to keeping the cap. It's been seconded, and now we're going to debate whether that amendment to delete that line does that make sense? I don't know why it doesn't make sense. It makes sense to me. Councillor Daniel Allen.
Thank you. I do get where Councillor Strong is coming from, but I do believe this is something that we have a chair for, and we respect the chair's decision. As far as this goes, I support the amendment.
Councillor Paul Ward.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Can I just clarify for everybody's benefit? We keep on referring to two parts. I understand part one is the deletion of that second sentence in paragraph 3, the one you just read out, and part 2 is the addition of the following sentence, which starts "Council welcomes the new Labour government." Is that correct?
Yes.
And they're separate amendments,
Yes.
and we're voting separately.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Matt Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to clarify that too, but what I would say about just speaking purely on this amendment and not on the motion as a whole, I think that we need to judge the Labour government on its actions, and its actions so far are to suspend the whip from MPs who rebel against removing the 2-child benefit cap. So I don't agree with this amendment.
And I just want to echo what Councillor Barnes has just said, but also, for me, when I hear words like setting up a child poverty task force, it sounds just the same as we'll have a review. In other words, you're just going to kick it down the path, and hopefully that the problem will go away or go into somebody else's inbox some way years down the line. And
So we're talking about the first part, which is to delete that line.
yeah, okay, okay. Well, as Councillor Barnes has said, the whip was removed from rebels who rebelled against this, against voting against the government, and so that still should stand.
Councillor Sam Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to make this point later, but I think now is probably a good point to make it, because there's probably plenty of people, well, I hope there are, watching on YouTube at home who possibly aren't looking at the papers and haven't got a clue what the amendment we're talking about is, because it hasn't been discussed anywhere, it hasn't been read out, and it's not shown on the screen. So the public possibly don't know what we're talking about unless they've gone all the way through the PDFs that are on the website.
And I think it's important to note for those at home and those who are listening in and maybe not paying attention that this motion is essentially, as I see it, Labour trying to extricate themselves from the fact that Labour did vote against getting rid of the two-child benefit cap and then actively whipped their parliamentarians and suspended some of them for actually doing what those parliamentarians thought was right. And actually what this amendment does is try, this first bit we're talking about, does try and weaken it, does try and take that blame away and try and sort of sweep it under the rug. Shouldn't be doing that. We should be making it open and clear. And with these amendments, and this goes for all of the motions, all of the amendments tonight, actually, we need to be thinking in future about displaying that some way that's easier for the public to see what we're talking about, rather than line 1A or first part and second part. If I was sitting at home on YouTube and people are watching at home or maybe reading the press reports, they haven't got a clue what we're talking about.
I've read it out. Anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Therefore, can we go to a vote, please? Oh, Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely can understand where some of my colleagues are coming from across the chamber. But what I'll say is, are we so needing to make a political point on this? Because I note that, by the way, that we haven't said that we're going to remove that. The council notes that the Liberal Democrats have consistently opposed the two-child limit to benefit payments since it was introduced. Is it that you need to make that political point in order for this to go through, for you to be content that this should go through? But I mean, I note, and I will say that you might want to make this point, my Liberal Democrat colleagues, but it is worth noting that benefit cap in general came in 2013, which was during the coalition government of which you were part. So if we want to start laying blame, perhaps that is a dangerous path to go down. And actually, maybe we should just say, you know, let's get rid of this part that makes a point that isn't necessarily going to work for everyone in this chamber. And actually, let's get some cross-party consensus on this. Thank you.
Jay Pooper Singham.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to follow on from my colleague, Councillor Willoughby, and to just follow on from those points that he was making. There's clearly consensus across members here in the chamber as to the underlying feelings in this motion. We all agree on the concept of removing the two-child cap. And it's also Labour's position once it is financially viable. Now, if the motion, as put forward by Councillor Lucas, is to highlight the damaging nature of the cap, or is the motion one to highlight a political point at the expense of Labour? As other colleagues have alluded to, surely it's better for this council to resolve on a cross-party basis in respect to this two-child benefit limit, and by deleting that line as proposed by Councillor Nigel Mason, surely our colleagues can all get on board with that sentiment. The question being, what's more important? Do you wish to make a political point, or do you wish to make a point as to the two-child benefit cap?
Councillor Tim Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I still reserve the right to speak about the initial Councillor Lucas motion. I've heard the words political point twice, 3 times. What smacks to me is more of the sensitivity from my colleagues across the chamber about upsetting their parliamentary colleagues. And they don't want to stick in this fact that the whip was withdrawn because they don't want to upset their bosses. So I think they're being oversensitive. I don't think it's political rhetoric. And I think they should take more, or have more concern about their party not ditching this in the first week than worrying about upsetting them.
Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address Councillor Willoughby's point. The two-child benefit cap was introduced by the Conservative government in April 2017 as part of a wider austerity programme and applies to all children born after that date. It was not introduced under the coalition government, point of fact. I also wanted to just address the thing about whether this is a political motion or not. I know we're debating the deleted sentence, but the next sentence that the second amendment they're proposing to insert talks about a Labour government. So if you're trying to take one out because it says Labour government, they shouldn't be putting another one in that says Labour government. So I think that's rather hypocritical to say you're taking it out because it makes a political point. Thank you.
Councillor Daniel Wright-Mason.
Yeah, I think just in response to Councillor Johnson's point, I think looking at the stuff we haven't proposed to take out of this motion, we are calling on the council to write to the Prime Minister and the Exchequer with the council's strong belief that the two-child benefit should be scrapped and asking them to commit their support to the campaign to end the cruel two-child benefit limit. So I think trying to just they were embarrassed and trying to sweep it under the rug, I think it's a bit unfair. I think the proposal is simply to get rid of, I think, an overtly and slightly petty political point that I think a lot of us would say is inaccurate.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak? You've spoken already. So if there's nobody else, then we will go to the vote, which is to delete the original sentence. The council notes with concern the stance of the Labour government, who are committed to keeping the cap, going as far suspending the whip from MPs who rebel against this position.
Chair, that motion has fallen.
Yeah. Does Councillor Wright-Mason wish to put forward a second motion? Sorry.
Give me a chance. I will. Firstly, to you, Chair, and to the Chamber, I would apologise. It was my fault for not making it clear enough when I submitted it as two motions. So any confusion on that, I'm afraid, lies with amendments. Gosh, we're being pedantic tonight, aren't we? So is this political or not? What I've tried to do with this second amendment is try and make it a forward-looking, grown-up motion that is genuinely trying to work positively on the issue. So you have a choice, councillors. If you want to point score, that's fine, which apparently we do. I'm struggling to see how any one of you is going to oppose an amendment that welcomes the setting up of a child poverty, and just for the benefit, as Councillor Collins is worried about whether the people who are watching on YouTube understand, the amendment reads: Council welcomes the new Labour government setting up a child poverty task force and looks forward to working with the central government to ensure its recommendations are effectively implemented. I have to say, I think if I was one of those people out there in YouTube land, I would be very bemused as to why anyone could vote against that. Given the conversations we've been having about the whole subject of the two-child limit and child poverty, I struggle to see how anyone, particularly the people who've spoken tonight, could actually disagree with that. However, I do note my friend Councillor Ruth Brown made a point which I think was fair enough. And if Councillor Brown wanted to amend the amendment, if that were possible, and suggest taking out the words new and Labour, so it says Council welcomes the government setting up a child task force, I would happily accept that amendment. I cannot, however, change the fact that we have a Labour government. I move the amendment.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wright Mason.
Happy to second again and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, so we move to the debate on the second amendment, which is the council welcomes the new Labour government setting up a child poverty task force and looks forward to working with central government to ensure its recommendations are effectively implemented. Councillor Tim Johnson.
Just very briefly, I keep hearing point score. I mean, this amendment smacks of just placating, and I think it's unnecessary. Thank you.
Councillor Chris Lucas.
Councillor Mason said he couldn't understand why anybody would possibly vote for this amendment because he thinks that there's going to be some sort of consensus and it is something that everyone should vote for. But as I said earlier, this amendment simply seeks to kick the can down the road. Setting up a poverty task force is akin to having a review. All this takes time, and in the meantime, people's lives will be at stake. Children will go hungry and remain in poverty on an ongoing basis. So that is the reason why I certainly will be voting against this amendment and not accepting that that second line. Thank you.
Councillor Ruth Brown.
I would happily take up Councillor Mason's offer and take out the words New Labour. And personally, I'd be happy to support it on that basis.
Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Thank you, Chair. I do find this, I think you have to find it slightly amusing because otherwise you just sat here kind of going, what the hell's going on? I do find it quite interesting that there is Councillor Johnson had said about placating the government, but obviously it's fine that we say council notes that the Liberal Democrats have consistently opposed the two-child limit. That's obviously a really important point to this motion, but we couldn't possibly welcome the setting up of a child poverty task force because it's not actually a replacement for potentially removing the two-child benefit cap, of which I am very much in support of, and I know that many across this chamber are. It's an additional thing. So we should welcome the introduction and the setting of a child poverty task force, but we can also continue to call for the two-child cap to be lifted. These don't go against each other. It's simply saying that we actually will work with the government and we are looking forward to it and we welcome it. Thank you.
Councillor Ian Albert.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I think Councillor Willoughby's largely covered what I was going to say, and I am surprised that Chris and Tim have taken the view that they have on this, because ultimately is what this is a separate issue about setting up a child poverty task force, and I hope we would all welcome that because it will cover many more things than actually just the two-child limit. This actually is about child poverty, is a much greater thing than just the two-child limit. We will not solve child poverty by removing solely the two-child limit. There are many other issues to resolve. That's why I'm surprised that Chris and Tim have said what they did. But I'm further surprised what they said they did, because actually this does come back to what I think what was mentioned by Claire Strong earlier. Ultimately, is the instruction in this is very clear. So even if you support this amendment, it still remains that the council resolves to, and you can see what it says there. The council resolves to do that because we believe that the two-child limit to benefit payments should be scrapped. Nothing actually about creating a child poverty task force takes away from that resolution in the first paragraph in bold underneath. So I would urge Chris and Tim, think about this, support this amendment, but you can still then actually, and nobody is actually seeking to amend those two last paragraphs. So I would urge you support the amendment, and then you can carry on to actually debate the full motion, which includes the part that you really want to be carried tonight.
Councillor Matt Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. I have no problem with this amendment. I think that it is a good thing that the government is setting up a child poverty task force because this issue needs addressing. I think one of the ways it could do that is to remove the benefit limit. That would be one of the quickest ways to assist with this, but I don't have any problem with the government setting up a child poverty task force, so I will be supporting it.
Councillor Tina Bartois.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to speak in favour of this amendment to the motion and just really make the point that there isn't a single policy that's going to be the silver bullet that solves such a complex problem. And this is a problem I care deeply about. I was personally affected by child poverty. It has so many implications for the rest of your life and attainment and opportunity. And I just think that the task force is an important point because it's devising a strategy that is going to be looking at the root causes, and that's not a simple or quick thing to do. And it involves bringing in partners that work in the sector, something that I've been privileged to do. And I think that that's a really, really important thing. And actually, since there have been a number of political points, I would like to say that the last Labour government reduced child poverty significantly. We've had years and years of austerity that have caused this problem to be a lot more complex than just the benefit cap. And actually, like we did when we were last in government, this is going to be a strategy that drives these numbers down. Thank you.
Councillor Tom Tyson.
Yes, just to go back to the amendment, I think that we got to the point at which Councillor Brown may have proposed an amendment to the amendment at the suggestion of Councillor Mason. And if that is the case, I would be happy to second Councillor Brown's proposal to amend the amendment to remove the words New Labour, in which case I would find that amended amendment acceptable.
Councillor Nigel Mason agreed with the amendment, but I didn't check with Councillor Wright Mason whether he did. He did. Okay. So
we don't have an amendment of an amendment. We just have an amendment.
So we just have an amendment which does not say New Labour. Councillor Val Bryant.
It's not the first time I've done
that. Thank you. I'm in favour of the amendments, and I'd like just to give some background locally to show that this sort of initiative is relevant. That last Thursday I went to a meeting of the North Herts Cost of Living Alliance, which is new this year, which is the representatives of Citizens Advice, Housing, SARDA, all the bodies which are involved with people who have got problems with cost of living and looking at patterns and how we can help and so on. And I think it'd be really, really valuable to do this in terms of child poverty. Thank you.
Councillor David Chalmers.
Thank you, Chair. I support this amendment. I think it's really important that we deal with child poverty, and I don't feel that the amendment actually alters the overall motion. Thank you.
Sorry, Tim, you've already spoken. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? No, then can we move to the vote for the amendment, which is Council welcomes the government setting up a child poverty task force and looks forward to working with central government to ensure its recommendations are effectively implemented.
Chair, the amendment is carried.
Okay, now we go to the substantive motion. So is there anybody that wants to speak in the debate on the substantive motion? Councillor Tim Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm glad to see that democracy is alive and well. Thank you for your comments, Councillor Albert. It may interest you to know that I've just voted yes to the amendment. It's a really emotive issue. I'll be brief on this because a lot's been said already, and the key points have been covered. We all know there isn't a bottomless pit. It just sends the wrong message, we feel, that the government hasn't already ditched this. It's a party founded on socialist principles, and it just doesn't seem to sit right. I think the government should have plaudits for the way they've handled the riots recently, and that cost a lot of money to fast track the criminal justice system, and they need a round of applause for that. They need a few boos for not getting rid of this cap. It's aimed at parents, but it affects the children, and it doesn't work. And of course, it's not a panacea, and it's part of a wider issue that needs addressing. It's a flipping good start point. The policy is immoral, and it doesn't work. Thank you.
Councillor Daniel Allen.
All right, I'm going to separate what I'm going to say into two parts because there is, yeah, don't I start? There is the political aspect to this, which is blatant, and there's the reality. I'm going to start off with the political. This has been spoken on beautifully, but if you are going to cut and paste from the website, which one was it that you cut and pasted this one from? Either way, there's a major problem. We don't give hardship grants in North Herts. So if you're just going to copy something directly, can I suggest you at least edit it to make it relevant to the council you're speaking to? Secondly, the two-child benefit cap. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. I will be voting in favour of this motion.
Councillor Matt Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's unfortunate the tone that the debate has taken this evening when we should be focusing on the children, as Tim said. It's abundantly clear how unfair this policy is on children affected by it, and not leaving aside its disproportionate impact on women and communities that are affected by it by generally having larger families. The policy directly discriminates against all children in larger families simply because they've got two or more siblings. That's something completely outside of their control. It also has practical consequences because enacting policies like this drive up the rates of child poverty. And in doing so, it fails to achieve its intended objectives. I will be voting for this motion. Thank you.
If there's no more speakers, can we move to the vote?
Chair, the motion is carried.
We're on to the third motion now, which is the proposed expansion of London Luton Airport. Can I invite Councillor Ralph Muntzer to move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. And I certainly hope that we are not going to see a repeat of what we just saw when dealing with this motion, because as the Liberal Democrats have rightly pointed out in their amendment, we did discuss this matter in January of this year. So the vast majority of members here will be very well versed on the arguments against the Luton Airport expansion. But there has been an awful lot of change of which has happened, both here at the council and of course at national government as well. When we last debated this motion, we had a Conservative Secretary of State for Transport, we had a Conservative government. We now have a Labour government, and their views on airport expansion appear to be very different to those of the Conservatives. We have recently seen London City Airport being given the green light for expansion. And the concern of which I certainly have, and members of my group have, is that the decision pertaining to the expansion of Luton Airport is one of which is expected imminently. The Secretary of State, the new Secretary of State, announced only last week that it would be taken by the 3rd of January of next year. That means we only have roughly 4 months before the fate of many, many residents is decided by the Labour government. Now, of course, many members on the Labour benches will be going up to their conference, and I sincerely hope that they take the opportunity to speak to both the Secretary of State for Transport and the Minister of State for Aviation to advance the arguments for why London Luton Airport should not be expanded. That's certainly what I did when the Conservatives were in government. But in Hitchin in particular, it's the constituency of which is going to be most disproportionately, forgive me, impacted by the Luton Airport expansion. And they promised change in Hitchin. And change we certainly have seen, because we had a Conservative MP of whom was explicitly against the expansion of London Luton Airport, of whom worked with community groups and who used his influence in Parliament to highlight the negative impacts and the detrimental impact it would have on residents in that constituency. But we now have a Labour Member of Parliament, a Member of Parliament whose position on the Luton Airport expansion isn't exactly clear. A Labour Member of Parliament of whom didn't include it as a priority on any of his election literature, didn't discuss it during the election, and hasn't discussed it at all or raised it in Parliament, despite it being such a most pressing issue for thousands of residents across Hitchin and the southern rural villages. In fact, I wrote to the new Labour Member of Parliament, Alistair Strathern, and I'm yet to receive a response, although I gather that is not untypical of this MP. And I would probably put forward the argument that the only high flyers that Mr. Strathern is interested in isn't those of whom are departing out of Luton Airport, but is joining them in the Labour cabinet, perhaps as the PPS to the Chancellor Rachel Reeves. So what this motion seeks to do is to get clarity from our MPs as to whether or not they do back Labour's position as to airport expansion, and whether or not they're going to stand up for local residents in North Hertfordshire, or whether or not they are going to beckon to the Labour whip. Now, Luton Airport has seen significant growth in recent years, as we all know and understand. In 2010, just 9 million passengers used the airport per year, whereas in 2019, that level increased to 18 million passengers from the airport, and that represented an increase of 108%. That was an increase envisaged to occur by 2028. The expansion to 32 million passengers will result in 40,000 extra journeys to the airport per day. 63% of people of whom travel to Luton Airport use their vehicles. That's going to clog up major arteries, the M1, the A1M, the A505. And it's quite concerning, the fact that the airport has routinely broken noise contour planning limits. And with the airport being owned by Labour-controlled Luton Borough Council, that council has no incentive whatsoever to enforce breaches of noise regulations. And I'm not sure that what is proposed currently by Luton Airport will infect any change whatsoever. So I certainly hope that, like in January, we're able to have a unanimous vote on this matter, and that councillors will vote to ensure that the views of local residents across the district are heard on this most important and most pressing of issues.
Do we have a seconder?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have the right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raxiano. I believe that there may be a, hang on, where am I? Okay, an amendment by Councillor Lucas.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have to admit that when I first saw this motion, it felt like deja vu all over again, because it was only a few short months ago that the council passed a motion proposed by the Liberal Democrat group expressing explicitly our opposition to Luton Airport expansion. It's the residents of North Herts that will have to deal with the noise. It's the residents of North Herts that will have to deal with the pollution. And it's the residents of North Herts that will have to deal with the traffic. And so, yes, so I thought that this was put to bed. So it came as a surprise to me that so soon after council made it abundantly clear that we oppose Luton Airport expansion. And Councillor Mensah is 100% correct that in 2019, the Secretary of State did allow for the number of passengers to increase from 18 million to 19 million. But I'm trying to remember who that Secretary of State was. Seems to have skipped my mind all of a sudden. But so yes, it was. I suppose it's a good thing, as you rightly say, Councillor Mensah, that times have changed. But and I will be voting in favour of this motion. But I just wanted to make clear that it was the Liberal Democrats who originally proposed this motion earlier on in the year, and I hope that that you would accept the amendment on that basis. Thank you.
Do you need me to read the amendment? Okay. Councillor Sam Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I second the amendment and, of course, reserve my right to speak.
Councillor Mensah, are you happy to include the amendment in your motion?
Thank you, Chair. At this stage, no, we will be taking it to a vote.
Yeah. So we are now debating the amendment. I do need to read it now, don't I? Okay. Okay, Councillor Daniel Allen, Councillor.
I don't really want to use all of my part to say this, but it would be useful to actually have, for the people on YouTube, knowing what we are having as an amendment, which is a point that Councillor Collins made earlier and seemed to ignore by just seconding something that wasn't said. I'd also like to point out to Councillor Mensah, while I appreciate the opportunity for us as a Labour-led council to reiterate our previous stance as a joint administration that we were against the expansion of London Luton Airport, it was only 11 months ago that the former Secretary of State, Michael Gove, approved an extra 1 million capacity at Luton Airport under an expansion scheme. We, as North Herts Council, have constantly opposed the Luton Airport expansion. It flies in the face of public opinion, and we definitely do not approve of it.
I think we are debating the amendment at the moment. Okay.
And as I said, I'd like to know what the amendment is.
Published in supplementary papers, Chair.
It's published in supplementary papers. I'm not going to read the whole lot, but the main part is we note that Council agreed a similar motion proposed by Chris Lucas in January 2024, and under the last government, the Conservative Secretary of State already agreed to increase the number of passengers at Luton Airport by 1 million from 18 to 19 million per year. Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Thank you, Chair. I think regardless of whether this amendment goes through or not, it's a fine motion. I think it's become a tradition that we do this about every 6 months. Just really reaffirm that I think we're against the expansion of London Luton Airport, but for any new councillors who have joined since the last time, congratulations, this is your first time that you get to say, I voted against the London Luton Airport. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't really mind whether this goes through. I'm probably gonna, I think, abstain on the motion, the amendment. Sorry, but I'm going to vote for the motion because at this point we've already agreed that we're going to do this about 1 million times. But yeah, really glad that this has come back up and everyone can be very aware of it.
Councillor Claire Strong.
Thank you, Councillor Billing. Now, when you read what you said was amendment, you only read the first bit, which was we note that we'd had a similar motion from Councillor Chris Lucas. You didn't mention the other bit. Does that mean you're taking it in two parts?
It was just a little addition of once again between that the council writes once again to the Secretary of State for Transport.
Well, just to be pedantic, maybe, and I'm sorry if I'm doing that, and it's not supposed to be frivolous or funny, but I think if we are resolving, and I'm not quite sure why the Liberal Democrats feel it's important to have once again, I think if this would be accurate, perhaps we should be saying Council resolves that the new leader of the council writes again to the Secretary of State. I think that would accurately reflect what we're doing. So I'm happy to move that as an amendment to the amendment. Or maybe the person who has amended it, Councillor Lucas, would accept my change of wording, because I think that the leader of the council writes again. I don't think he's written before, so that's why I'm just thought I'd offer that little bit into the debate.
Excuse me.
Point of order, Chair. We can't vote on that because I wouldn't be doing it again because I've never done it before. So you once again just need to speak.
Councillor Lucas, are you happy to accept that?
Just point of clarification, if you don't mind, Chair. So yes, therefore, council resolved that the leader of the council right. Yeah. Hold on, come on to that in a sec. Right, but it says writes once again to the Secretary of State. Okay. But then the second paragraph says council further resolves that the leader of the council writes to the member of Parliament for Hitchin, blah blah blah. I'm quite happy with the word new leader of the council in all its guises. So Councillor Strong, I'm quite happy to accept Councillor Strong's amendment to the amendment. So remove.
Councillor Collins, are you willing to accept that?
If Councillor Lucas says I'm willing to accept it.
Thank you very much. Just to address a couple of points of which have been raised in this debate, Councillor Willoughby, thank you very much for pointing out this. Yes, it is something which regularly happens at this council, but the reason of why it's been brought forward tonight is, of course, the fact that we have a new government. This is the last opportunity, potentially, Councillor Willoughby, you might be pleased to hear, the last opportunity councillors in this chamber will get to vote on such a motion. And therefore, it's important that we obviously lobby the new government and the new ministers regarding the views of our local residents. With respect to the amendment, I think Councillor Strong raises a very good point here, resolves that the new leader of the council writes to the Secretary of State. But I would point out that, yes, of course, it was unfortunately Michael Gove who did approve the expansion by 1 million passengers per annum. But what we are looking at here is an expansion of over, I believe, 64%. Up to 32 million. And it is quite a substantial difference to what was agreed at the last instance. So as I would just point that out, and as well to point out that both Conservative councillors, both here at County Hall and at County Hall, have consistently been against the expansion. We've lobbied ministers to that effect. I spoke to Michael Gove myself about the views of residents here in North Herts, and of course, yeah, I'm sure it will come as no surprise. And of course, I have spoken to I did speak to our previous Conservative MP about it, who used his position and influence in the House of Commons to highlight the concerns of residents there. But I am conscious of the time, and I shall conclude my remarks there. But I hope, again, that everyone will support this motion.
Councillor Val Bryant.
Oh dear. I'm sat here thinking it must be 6 months since Chris Lucas actually brought this amendment last time because of the 6-month rule. And 6 months before that, somebody else brought this motion. And I think it's one where there's a general feeling in the council chamber on it. And I just don't think, Chris, you've got ownership of this. Everything else I accept, but I think we do need to make it much more neutral, so that actually you're not actually owning the opposition to Luton Airport, because there's a lot of it about. Thank you.
Councillor Muir.
Thank you, Chair. I can only urge everybody to vote against the expansion. I've been a member of Luton Airport Consultative Committee for 22 years, 11 or 12 years as its vice chairman. So I know a hell of a lot that goes on at Luton. And if they get permission up to 32 million, back in, I think it was about 2010, 35% of passengers came through Hitchin when it was about 10 or 11 million. So if we go up to 32 million, Hitchin will be clogged totally up. So I would ask everybody to vote against the expansion. Thank you for the motion.
Val, you've accidentally hit your button, so I'm assuming. I think I saw Councillor Jarvis's name up there.
We're still debating the amendment, aren't we?
We are.
In which case, I've turned my light off because I'd like to speak
Oh.
about the substantive motion.
So I think as there's no more names, we can vote on the amendment, which I've already read out, but is in your supplementary papers.
Chair, the amendment is carried.
So now we're going back to the substantive motion and starting to debate that. So Councillor David Barnard.
This is, of course, the first approach to a new government and a new raw Secretary of State. It was very interesting. I'm sure everybody else should be aware that today the Secretary of State once again postponed the decision notice until the 3rd of January 2025. Now, I would ask the question, how many times will Luton be allowed extra time to answer such questions which have been posed to them by the Secretary of State, and their answer should have been given by May this year? It just seems to me that, we give you extra time, we give you extra time. There's got to be a line drawn in the sand and say, you either give us the answers by then, or we'll just proceed without those answers, and you might not like it. I visited Fellowship Hall in Whitwell this afternoon, and a Luton Airport consultation with officers was there, and they had no answer to the questions that I asked, which was basically, how will the residents of North Herts, and in particular in my ward, where aeroplanes will be coming in low, to go up to 32 million passengers per annum will mean a total of 250,000 movements per annum, and that is just passengers and not freight. They would obviously need to fly through the night. The noise would be disruptive. During the summer days where people will be going on holidays and there will be more flights, more density, that our residents will want to have their windows open, so double glazing won't help. They'll want to sit in their garden and enjoy their gardens in the countryside. They won't be able to do that because the aircraft will be coming in. You've only got to go to Breachwood Green, for instance, and whenever there is any... sorry, somebody's speaking. I'm sorry if I interrupted you. At the end,
We've got a point of order.
We're still discussing the amendment? I apologise, Councillor Barnard. I'm very sorry.
You never need to apologise to me. Nobody else does. So, no, I mean, at the end of the day, we in North Hertfordshire, across North Hertfordshire and into Stevenage, of course, will suffer immeasurable discomfort. The transport infrastructure doesn't exist, the airborne pollution, the ground pollution, and just about everything that is wrong would come to fruition if we were to have our neighbours allowed to go up to 32 million passengers per annum, which will of course include a new terminal and therefore even more transport necessity there. So I will most certainly not vote in any way in favour of Luton Airport, and I think it would be good to remind the new Secretary of State and the new government of our feelings as a council representing all of the residents of North Hertfordshire. Thank you.
Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you, Chair. And we've been reminded several times tonight that this council has maintained an in principle objection to the expansion of Luton Airport for some time. And the last time we debated this motion, I believe it passed unanimously. It was certainly was supported cross-party. When I was the Cabinet Member for Planning and Transport, I pressed for a stronger position on our in principle objection to the expansion of Luton Airport. And we issued a joint statement with Dacorum, Borough Council and Herts County Council, as has already been mentioned, that they object to it too. My reason for believing in an in principle objection, there are four main grounds. Climate change, we have a climate emergency. We're always reminded about that at the start of every meeting. We need to seriously address that. We should not be expanding short haul airports. We should be investing in rail. We have a surface access problem. We've been heard about congestion in Hitchin. There's a noise pollution problem, and I'm sure more people are going to speak on that. Plus, it doesn't affect my residents per se. We never hear about this in Royston, but it will affect many of our residents, and an air quality issue. Luton is mainly a short haul airport. I don't think there's any justification for flying from London to Luton to Amsterdam, Paris or Brussels. I think we should be expanding the Eurostar services to enable people to do that quickly, efficiently, sustainably. And therefore, I maintain an in principle objection, and I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Sam Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I was sitting in a traffic jam earlier today in Hitchin. It was because Queen Street was closed. And yeah, that's really got nothing to do with the airport. Or does it? I served, as did Councillor Muir, on the consultative committee at Luton Airport for quite some time. And I've looked in great detail about the so-called mitigation plans that the airport has planned for North Hertfordshire. And one of those plans is inserting a whole load more traffic lights across Hitchin, because they don't know how to deal with Hitchin. It's just an afterthought for those at Luton Airport who want to expand it. If you talk to them about their transport plans and what they've got planned for access, surface access to Luton Airport, they can only talk about the M1 and the Dart train service and the railway line through Luton. They don't have a clue what to do about the A505 and people travelling east and west. And that will deposit huge amounts of traffic into Hitchin town centre. They have no plan for that. There's absolutely no plan for it. It will absolutely snarl up our town. It'll have of course, that'll have a knock-on impact on Letchworth, on Baldock, and even up to Royston, who already have the flights over their heads. And I mentioned the flights because it's really easy when you're talking about more flights, airport expansion, to talk about flights over people's heads. And maybe, you've got a holiday booked and you want to go away, and maybe people are whining too much. Well, talk to people who live where I live, and people who live where Dominic lives and where Claire lives and some of the other councillors here, underneath the flight path. When the DHL flight takes off at 2 a.m, you know about it, particularly on warm sunny days or evenings or nights when you've got the window open. But it's more than that. It's not just the pollution, the environmental impact, the traffic. It's also just going to have a hugely detrimental impact on our countryside. If you look at the plans, it involves tearing up a huge swathe of countryside in North Hertfordshire and turning it into a so-called country park. Who's going to be looking after that one? Luton Airport is with us. We're not talking about closing it, but what we should do is work with Luton Airport to try and make it less of an impact on North Hertfordshire. And that involves introducing things like sustainable aviation fuel, something that Luton Airport has absolutely no clue about at the moment. They vaguely thought about it, but haven't considered how you access it, how it's delivered, how to utilize it. They don't talk about the noise of private jets. They just talk about how great the Airbus Neo range of aircraft is and how much quieter it is, except when you look at the data, it's less quieter than they expected. Those aircraft are noisier than we were promised. So we're getting more noise than we were promised. That's only going to get worse with more flights. But why has this motion come back after 6 months? Well, it has been hinted at. But I saw a great story in the Comment the other day, interviewing the new Labour MP for Hitchin, who refused to commit to objecting to Luton Airport expansion, instead saying something along the lines of it's all about mitigation. You can't mitigate something that is that bad. I could use words about not being able to polish certain things, but this really is one of those certain things, because Luton Airport expansion is a disaster for North Hertfordshire. Now, I'm really, really encouraged to hear some of the Labour members here objecting and saying they're going to continue to object to Luton Airport expansion, because that's really important, because I was worried that the Labour Party line in Luton and the Labour Party line nationally would reach our councillors here in North Hertfordshire. And I really was hoping that they would do what it sounds like some of them are certainly going to do and vote in favour of this motion and continue our strong opposition to Luton Airport expansion, because to do anything else is to follow the Labour Party whip, put your party before the people of North Hertfordshire. And that is just unacceptable. And if you want to do that, you really need to consider your priorities. Thank you.
Councillor Elizabeth Dennis.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I think, as Councillor Munster rightly pointed out, the deadline has once again been extended on the inspector's consideration of the the development consent order that's in place. And I think it is right and proper that we take into account the fact that this process has been going on for an incredibly long time. It's been very protracted. I don't know how many times I've spoken to the leader of Luton Council. I don't know how many times we've written on this subject, but it does keep coming back, doesn't it? And the reason for that is because this development consent order is effectively a planning permission that the Secretary of State grants. So all mitigations, all contributions via things like Section 106 or community infrastructure levies, anything to do with community benefits, regardless of what might be being said between our officer teams and Luton Rising and Luton Borough Council's officer teams about potential side deals, all of the actual things that are going to be enforceable flowing from this decision have got to be determined and decided within that development consent order, which is why going through and reading some of the submissions, especially the track change versions of Luton Rising's documents around the statement of common ground between Luton and this council and other authorities, is very interesting. And you will see from those documents the places where there is very, very strong disagreement. And whereas Councillor Collins has rightly pointed out, we cannot mitigate some of the challenges that we're going to be facing. So what does that mean for us? It means that while this process is continuing, it needs to continue to be council policy to oppose, as Councillor Brown has said in principle, the DCO. And it's also critical that during our extended consideration period, we do continue to engage and we do continue to push for those adequate and sufficient mitigations that can be achieved, because actually some of the suggestions that haven't currently been agreed between the parties could potentially still be achievable. And we need to bear in mind that there is a potential risk that despite what we might think is right and proper, despite the issues that we've identified with the potential expansion, the DCO is granted. And we ought therefore to be doing everything in our power that in the event that the DCO is granted, we're making sure that the application has the least possible harm on our district and communities as possible. So that continued engagement, that continued push for mitigations that will be effective, that can be delivered, must continue in the background. I have considered, colleagues, and I have thought about whether an amendment to the motion could effectively achieve that continued push to keep working with the parties to deliver greater and further mitigations. But actually, I think on reflection, it's my view that doing such would go against the fundamental principle and the impetus of this motion so much that it would water the purpose down to be almost meaningless. I think this is the absolute point where we have to draw a line and say, look, enough is enough. We've pushed, we've tried, we've invested significant amounts of our officers' time and money, taking them away from other strategic priorities that this council has. This is as far as we've got, and we're now at a point where, colleagues, I think we might very much be saying to the Secretary of State, we're not happy with this. However, regardless of all the political debate and rhetoric that's gone on this evening and previously on the topic, I think that it is incumbent on all of us, politicians and officers, to really press the concerns that have been raised during the inspection process. And I do think it is right and proper that we utilise our links, that we work with our 3 new Labour MPs across our district to ensure that the concerns that have been raised here multiple times are heard. And of course, it should be the view of our expert officer team that if there is no possible way in which the very real and serious harms identified can be addressed and adequately remedied, then we should continue to oppose the granting of this development consent order. And on hearing Councillor Barnard's point, it may be the case that Councillor Allen, when he writes to the Secretary of State and to our MPs, should that be the will of this council, he may wish to include a very strong request that this new decision date is indeed the date that a decision on this matter will finally be made. No more kicking it into the long grass, no more forcing us to waste more time trying to mitigate things, which I think from what the parties are saying and the latest track changes documents I've seen, we're never going to be able to agree on. Let's just have the decision. Let's give people the certainty so that we can all finally move on and get on with the good work that we should be doing.
Councillor Paul Ward.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it brief. I represent Nebworth Ward, and our community is directly underneath the flight path from Luton Airport as planes take off towards the east and turn south. The noise from the aircraft engines as they accelerate to climb and turn is significant and regular. In preparation for this debate, I was trying to find maps of the noise patterns to show councillors how Nebworth was impacted, but I couldn't find Nebworth. That's because it's so buried under the flight path trails that you can't even see the village name on a map now. And that's today with the 19 million passengers, not 32 million. Some mitigation is possible. For example, in 2015, there were changes to the flight corridors made from Luton over Brookman's Park, and it reduced the impact of people overflowing from 13,000 to 3,000. However, I see no signs of this for our local community, just the noise of potentially 68% more planes, and Luton doesn't seem to care about this. There's, of course, the much bigger issue as well, and if we're serious about tackling climate change, we cannot condone 68% more planes polluting the air above our residents. Therefore, I'd urge all councillors to support the motion with our amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Joe Graziano.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the sentiments, which I'm really encouraged and shared by members in this council chamber, and I hope that we support the motion. The reason why it keeps being relived is that there are 19 new council members in this chamber, and some people may not be acutely aware of what is happening in the rural parts of our shires. I live in Breachwood Green. If you'd like to come and visit me, I can show you the devastation of the current impact of the increase of 19 million passengers, 18 million passengers, apologies. The light pollution blaring out from the airports at night, creating wildlife destruction, and the fact that the airport have blatantly ignored pleas and concerns from the previous DCO, which didn't consider to block out the light pollution blaring over Breachwood Green as the Las Vegas effect. And one of those culprits was the car park that sadly burned down. So I hope and I pray that the DCO covers all of these issues which are pertinent to the protection of our rural countryside. So I would urge members to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Val Bryant.
Thank you. Can I just start by saying that I thoroughly agree with what Councillor Dennis has said. And I always vote against expansion of Luton Airport whenever it comes up. But during the debate, I had the time to actually look at the comment, And can I just point out, Councillor Collins, that the comment you're talking about was on the 15th of August. And in fact, there is a reply from Alice Strathern, who is the MP for Hitchin. And he says on this matter that he puts his country and area first and party second. He said, I echo the concerns that the North Herts Council and the Labour group have already raised on the impact that expanding Luton Airport could have on our local environment, including noise, traffic, air pollution, and so it goes on. Thank you.
Councillor Claire Strong.
Thank you, Councillor Billing. I would like just to tell the members that weren't there that we had a session to come and meet our 3 MPs. They were all there, and a few of us councillors were there. And I took the opportunity to ask the 3 members of Parliament whether or not, knowing that this council had strongly objected to Luton Airport, what their positions were. Former Councillor Chris Hinkler said, well, I was one of you, or those to word effect. I totally understand, and I will vote against expansion. The new MP for Stevenage likewise said, big issue for Stevenage and Nebworth, for those planes coming in. I will be supporting this council. We then turned to the Alistair Strathern, or as I now know.
Sorry, are you actually speaking about the motion?
I am, if you'd let me finish. At that point, Mr. Strathern said that he would support, he was unsure about it because he needed to look at what mitigations could be made for the expansion. Very wishy-washy. I can't think of any mitigations that you can make for all those car journeys that are made going to the airport at the moment, let alone the increased number of car journeys that we've heard already this evening will actually clog up the roads, clog up in and out of Hitchin. What is wrong with Luton is its position and where it's located, because there is no good east-west links into it. If you go on the rail coming from through Hitchin, where do you go? You have to go all the way into London to come all the way out. So it makes it very difficult for passengers to do that, which is why they invariably get in their cars and drive. And we know the pain that that causes. Luton Airport does not need to go up. We've been watching it certainly for the last 29 years I've been a councillor, I've been watching it creep up. And every single time we have to brace ourselves for the impact that that additional number of passengers is going to make. But enough's enough. We cannot allow Luton to creep up again. There are other airports around which can certainly serve, and those where there should be investment for them to have and grow their economy. This is just a very, very unforgiving Luton Borough Councillor wanting to impose upon the beautiful countryside in North Herts and the residents that live in North Herts. So I do hope, and I urge everybody in this council that we are unanimous in saying no to the Luton Airport expansion. Thank you.
Okay, so there's nobody else to speak. Can we move to the vote? Oh, Councillor Alfonso.
I request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Yes.
Chair, the motion is carried.
Councillor Barnard.
My lights didn't come on. I'm sorry. Can we do it again, please?
Ask him how he wishes to how we want to vote, and I will record it.
How did you want to vote? And we will record it.
I wanted to hit the yes button.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to government planning reforms and housing target motion. Can I invite?
I think there are some colleagues of whom would benefit from a comfort break if that is something of which you would be amenable to.
Yes. Okay. We will go for 10 minutes. Can people be back in the chamber by 9:35? Can we take our seats, please? Okay, we're going to resume. Can we sit down, please? We're moving to the motion about government planning reforms and the housing target. Can I invite Councillor Ralph Muncer to move the amended motion, sorry.
Marvellous. Thank you very much, Chair. What this motion seeks to achieve and address are the many points relating to the government's proposed planning reforms that are going to have a detrimental impact on residents across North Hertfordshire. Now, members will, of course, be well versed of the process of the local plan that was adopted in November of 2022. And whilst it certainly isn't perfect, and I had reservations at the time, those are reservations of which I maintain to this day, the benefit of that local plan is that it gives our district and the communities within it some stability. It enables us to have a semblance of control over development that takes place in North Hertfordshire. What these proposals do is create uncertainty. It's uncertainty for developers, uncertainty for local authorities, and probably most importantly, uncertainty for our residents and our local communities. Now, this Labour government say they want to take power out of Westminster and hand it back to communities. In fact, it was contained, a key pledge contained within the King's Speech. And yet, one of the first things they did was to issue a diktat that increased housing targets in North Hertfordshire by 9%. Now, I'm sure we're all in agreement here that we need to build more homes. Of course we do. The operative question is where. And I'm of the view that the approach of this government is fundamentally flawed, because rather than focus on building on brownfield sites and the densification of urban areas which already have suitable and appropriate infrastructure to cope with such developments, this government has decided to scrap the urban uplift and to concrete over the North Hertfordshire Greenbelt. And I would be very interested to hear the response of Labour councillors to my right for increasing the housing target in North Hertfordshire. And yet we're seeing a decrease by 20% in London. We're seeing a decrease in the housing target for Luton by 22%. And we're also seeing a decrease in Birmingham by nearly a third. I mean, the only rationale for this I can see is to make Sadiq Khan look better, because he's been doing absolutely appalling when it comes to planning targets. But I want to turn to the Greenbelt, because I know Councillor Allen has been on BBC Look East in recent weeks talking about the Greenbelt. And of course, I think it's something to be welcomed that in our local plan, we put more land and designated more land as Greenbelt land. But the question I ask is, what is the point of designating land to be within the Greenbelt if its protections are weakened and watered down, meaning that it will be the easiest it ever has been for developers to build on Greenbelt land here in North Hertfordshire? And I turn to with respect to the motion 1.5 and paragraph 11D of the NPPF. If that is removed, so is removed the district's protection from speculative development. Now, we adopted a local plan. We went through an incredibly lengthy and long process. Because we've recently adopted it, we have a level and a degree of protection. If these reforms are to go through, it opens our district up to more speculative development from developers, which will more than likely happen in rural communities. And that's certainly something I think we ought to be concerned about. Then on to new towns, because I've already asked the leader of the council to clarify the position on new towns. And it's very disappointing to hear that he is not opposed to a new town in North Hertfordshire, because as part of the government scheme, if there were to be a new town in this district, it would put increased strain and increased pressure on already strained and pressured local services, already strained local infrastructure. And it would create greater uncertainty for communities across the district who, as a result of the local plan, have seen the sites of which are identified for development and have been coming up with measures in order to mitigate that. So I hope that all councillors can support what I believe are very reasonable concerns about the government's proposed planning reforms. And I would like a recorded vote on it, but equally as well, having had sight of the Liberal Democrat motions, whilst I am opposed to the implementation of a new town in North Hertfordshire, I think that for elsewhere, they are very reasonable motions, and I would be happy to accept the amendment on that basis.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion?
And reserve my right.
Okay, so I've got a notification that there is a amendment to the amended motion from Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. I need to, at the risk of descending into what we had earlier, I need to clarify the amendment, because the amendment I submitted was to the original motion, not to the amended motion. So with that in mind, what I would like to do with this amendment is to remove what is now 1.8, to not impose a new town, etc., and to add in the following sections which I've put on the motion. I'd just like to clarify that before I start my statement about it. That's okay. So my intention with the amendment that I submitted was to remove the original point 1, which Councillor Munster has now already removed. But in doing so, he's added a 1.8, which I would still like to remove. Does that make sense?
Councillor Munster, what's your view on?
Thank you, Chair. So just to provide some clarification to colleagues, the reason of why we removed the statement pertaining to absolutely not building a new town in North Hertfordshire was because I received legal advice from our monitoring officer that would effectively be unlawful. And therefore, of course, in order to ensure that this council is fully protected and that we are doing everything to abide by our statutory obligations and duties to the law, I have removed that, but instead included the proposed resolution at 1.8 to still represent the council's concerns and views pertaining to a new town. I'm hearing what Councillor Barnes is saying. I thank him for taking interest in this motion and for his amendments, but based on what he has said at this current junction, I would not accept the amendments of which are proposed by Councillor Barnes.
Okay, can I have a seconder then for Councillor Barnes's amendment? Okay, yeah, please do.
Okay, I'll try to clarify again, sorry. So given what Councillor Munster has just said, my proposal on the amendment that is in my name is that we remove 1.8 and leave 1.9 and 1.10, which would be renumbered. So we remove not to impose and we keep meaningfully engage and actively pursue. Is that clear?
We need a seconder for that then. Councillor Ruth Brown.
I will second that amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Document is with this amendment from Councillor Barnes.
Page 12 of the supplementary. Page 12.
Page 12. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Is everybody clear that we're now on page 12 discussing the amendment there?
There's a pack called amendments, page 12 of both.
Councillor Martin Prescott.
Chair, I'm rapidly losing the will to live on all these amended amendments. I'm looking now on, and I'm clearly not on YouTube, so I wouldn't have any idea anyway. But I'm looking now on page 12 of the pack we have in front of us. Councillor Barnes, I've seen Councillor Munsell's amendments to his own motion, and I'm now looking at what I assume is the amended amendment that Councillor Barnes has put forward, but he was telling us that he wants to take out paragraph 1.8, but that's not removed from what I'm looking at.
Chair, that's right. So Councillor Barnes has further amended what has been published in the supplementary papers. So if you look on the supplementary papers at page 12, rather unhelpfully, we do have left Councillor Munsell and Councillor Barnes's name on that, which I do apologise for. However, on page 12, that was the original amendments that have been published. However, Councillor Barnes has subsequently amended that further. So on page 12, Councillor Barnes is removing 1.8. I know because he has subsequently amended that since we published those papers. Does everybody understand? Do I need to make that any further clarification? No, thank you for that offer. So, Chair, shall we progress on to discussing debating the amendment put forward by Councillor Barnes? And that has been seconded, I do believe. Yes. Yes, thank you.
I've actually put it forward.
You have, yeah.
Well, I didn't speak on it because I was trying to clarify what it was for.
You did.
So should I be? Am I allowed to speak on it?
The right to reply at the end. Councillor Barnes.
So you're giving me the right to speak on this now, just to clarify. Okay. All right.
You do. Yeah. Exactly what it is. So 1.8, are you saying you've deleted it? So that's okay. So that's now deleted, and then you've added a new 1.9 and a 1.10. Those two ready bits, right? So we're all hopefully that's clarified it for everybody and not just me.
Councillor Barnes.
I'm not on. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, as I said earlier, I did try to amend the original motion, which would have been a lot clearer. But anyway, right, the amendment I put forward does two things. Firstly, it removes the blanket objection to the new town scheme and replaces it with a more balanced position, calling instead for local consent and appropriate support to be preconditions for any proposed sites which the government may bring forward. Reading the government's policy statement on the new town scheme, it says a new towns programme will not just make a significant contribution to meeting housing demand and housing need, but will also support economic growth by releasing the productive potential of constrained towns and cities, ensuring that our house building drive is aligned with our industrial strategy, and national infrastructure plans. We've been clear we want exemplary development to be the norm, not the exception. The next generation of new towns must be well connected, well designed, sustainable and attractive places where people want to live and have all the infrastructure, amenities and services necessary to sustain thriving communities. Now, if that is what a new town genuinely will deliver, then I'm not entirely clear why we should oppose it in principle. The key problem that I've got with it is its apparent disregard for local democratic voices. And that's why the resolution 1.9 that I've inserted is there. The policy statement says the new towns task force will work in partnership with local leaders and communities wherever possible, but its selection of sites will be in the national interest wherever possible. That caveat, unfortunately, is not good enough. The government must ensure that any developments enjoy local democratic consent and that they make a positive contribution to the area that they're built in. Additionally, we must ensure that as the scheme progresses, which we have to assume that it will, the local councils are adequately supported to facilitate it alongside their existing planning commitments. So that's the change to 1.9 and also why I'd like to remove 1.8. Secondly, the amended resolution 1.10 calls on the government to bring forward further actions to ensure that more of the developments which local authorities approve actually get built. As discussed by my colleague, Councillor Jarvis, earlier on, we simply do not need more speculative applications in unsuitable locations, which these reforms will inevitably encourage, allowing developers to pick and choose when and where it is most profitable for them to build. Instead, we need to be able to hold developers to the commitments that they've made to our residents, and we also need to see a significant increase in the availability of skilled construction workers, be it via skills training or migration or both, in order to ensure that they can. Without these additional reforms, there is absolutely no guarantee that any increase in the number of planning approvals will lead to a meaningful increase in housing supply, which is what we all want to see. Put simply, the NPPF proposals are flawed because they do not address the core reasons for the national housing shortage. And this is the message that we as a council should be sending to the government.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Councillor Ralph Muntzer.
Thank you, Chair, and I will keep my comments brief. And I thank, as I said earlier, Councillor Barnes for his interest in this motion. What I'm hearing, though, is that the Liberal Democrats here in North Hertfordshire are in support of building over 10,000 homes somewhere in the district, which doesn't actually then go towards our overall housing target. I'm sure somewhat, if I'm mistaken, someone will put me right on that, but that's certainly what I'm hearing at this stage. And I completely agree with Councillor Barnes, though, when he says the need for democratic consent and for local people to have a meaningful say. But unfortunately, this Labour government has already shown that they are happy to run roughshod over the views of local communities. They've shown that they are very much happy to run roughshod over the recommendations of the Planning Inspectorate as well. And unfortunately, I don't think that is represented in this motion and on that, in this amendment, forgive me. So on that basis, the Conservatives will be voting against the Liberal Democrat amendments to the motion.
Councillor Steve Jarvis.
I fear there must be something wrong with Councillor Muntzer's hearing, if that was, is that what he heard? It's quite clear that what the amendment proposes is that there should be an engagement with the government and with the new towns process, part of which is to determine whether or not what is on offer, if indeed anything is on offer, is acceptable to the people of North Hertfordshire. Now, that isn't a commitment to impose a new town. In fact, it clearly doesn't impose anything. What that is a commitment to engage. And engagement seems to me to be the offer us the best chance of securing something that is acceptable, if indeed the government decides that something should be built in North Herts. Because, as Councillor Muntzer has pointed out, the government takes a fairly centralising approach to these things. One of the things that we need to do is to tell them that it's important that they have local engagement. Just saying no to someone who, on the face of it, isn't very interested in your opinion is unlikely to be the most successful way to achieve a suitable outcome for people in North Hertfordshire. And indeed, we really ought to ask them whether or not they think it's suitable to have a new town here before telling them they don't want one. And that is what the amendment does. The amendment puts the council in a position of strength and puts the people of North Hertfordshire in a position of strength. What Councillor Munson's preferred wording does is just make a gesture, to be frank, and if anything, can only increase the chances of the government deciding that it might, to use his words, impose a new town.
Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you. I think the Liberal Democrat position is that we shouldn't rule it out. So we shouldn't rule out new towns. And it's not that we approve of them, think we should have one or shouldn't have one, but it's as Councillor Jarvis has said, about engagement and working with the government and working with our local residents and working with planning authorities. I think we can't go on extending existing settlements. So we do have to consider new towns as an option. And we can be very proud in this district of new towns. We have a number of them, don't we? Letchworth Garden City, the world's first garden city, was a new town. And there are some advantages of new towns in that the infrastructure is built with the development in a way that sometimes it doesn't happen with an extension. So they have some merits. And I think the other thing that we've also run into recently is the problem of cross-border developments. We saw that with the North Stevenage master plan. We need to be working with adjacent local authorities to identify the best places to put developments. And that means working cross-border, not just working in isolation. And so I think it's about not ruling it out rather than saying that we support it. Thank you.
Councillor Martin Prescott.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I can support this amendment for the simple reason that I'm somewhat sceptical about the idea of giving weight to the opinions of local residents. To give you an example, and I've been a councillor for about 25 minutes, so I can't take any blame for what's happened in the past. But I'm presently dealing with a site called BK3. For those of you who know it, it's a site just on the edge of Barkway Village that is Redrow Homes are going to build 140 houses or add 140 houses to a village that only has 240 houses now. It's going to drastically affect the character of that village. And you struggle to find a single person in the village that actually supports it. And yet not a single thing that's been said by the residents, the parish council, the previous district councillor, the county councillor, none of it has been taken into consideration. And the place is still going to get built with all the faults and all the errors and all the mistakes. And I mean, there's so many problems with it, but nobody is taking any notice of the local residents and the parish council and all the rest of them that are saying, we don't want it, but if we've got to have it, can we please have some changes? It's just falling on deaf ears. So when we talk about listening to the views of the local residents, when we're talking about building new towns, I'm kind of skeptical because I just don't think it's going to happen.
Councillor Sam Collins.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting hearing what Councillor Prescott was saying there about BK3 and the many flaws of the local plan. I've spoken at length about that in this chamber. I'm not going to bore everybody else by talking about that great act of environmental vandalism once again, but as everybody knows, I'm not a big fan of the local plan. But that's why I was going to pick up on what Councillor Munson was saying. It was, I seem to remember, the Liberal Democrats that tried to pause the local plan to make it a bit better, a bit more suitable for our district, and a bit more able to listen to what the residents wanted, to adjust that conservative written local plan. So it's quite interesting to hear a Conservative councillor railing against what was an error of a Conservative written plan. But this does bring to the point that, as Councillor Jarvis said brilliantly, we shouldn't be ruling out something that could work well for the rest of the country. You can't just go and say, no, we don't want to do that, when no one's even asked us about it. But actually, new towns could have some real advantages for our wider region. Now, personally, I don't think North Hertfordshire is suitable. Our trains are full, our doctor's surgeries are full, the schools are full. You know, we're bursting at the seams already. We haven't got the infrastructure, and it would be pretty difficult to enlarge the infrastructure we've got. Just have a look at the Digswell Viaduct if you want to worry about train capacity in our area. So I don't think it's realistic to have a new town in North Hertfordshire, and I think any sensible process would pretty quickly identify that. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be engaging with the process and discussing, look, North Hertfordshire is a bit full, but why don't we look at the needs of a wider district, a wider area rather? And I think by ruling out having any discourse on new towns and just saying no, it's a bit immature really, actually, isn't it? So I think support the amendment because it's there to make things a bit better. And I think I congratulate Councillor Barnes on getting it right once again.
Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Thank you. I will keep this short because I think everyone would like me to do that. I will just say I'm actually going to abstain on this because, quite frankly, I don't think there's enough that you could do to this amendment in the time that we want to spend on it, which I hear is very little from my surrounding colleagues, to make it really particularly acceptable. For the most part, there are some decent parts in there, but to make those shine, you'd have to work quite hard. However, I just want to say one thing, and I do find this quite interesting. Councillor Prescott makes a point about an extension to Barkway Village. What I would say is that a new town would potentially mean that you wouldn't have an extension to a small village. You'd have a new settlement, for example, which would actually be better. I just thought that was an interesting point that I'd like to make to
There doesn't seem to be anybody else that wants to speak. So can we move to the vote on the amendment?
Chair, the amendment is carried.
Okay, so that's the substantive motion as amended. So can we move to the debate on the substantive motion? Councillor Elizabeth Dennis.
I've just seen Councillor Munster look over at me, and I hope that I've not tread on his toes, but I think, if I'm correct, the motion has been proposed and you've spoken, so we're now in proper debate on this, aren't we? Yes, good. Right. Colleagues, I apologise. I know it's that time of night. I know how long we've spent just on the motions before we've got on to the substantive business this evening. I'm going to take us right back to the beginning and Councillor Munster's proposal speech on this item. And actually, colleagues, I think that I fundamentally disagree that the primary question here is where houses are built. I think the actual question that needs to be addressed by government policy, note and put a pin in government policy, is how houses are built and how the barriers to building can be removed, because it's all very good and well increasing housing targets, which governments of all colours have tinkered with over periods of time. But there are loads of sites across the country and within this district where permissions have been granted and they're not being built out. There are councils who have had Section 62A decisions imposed on them, where sites with extent planning permission change hands from developer to developer, but not a single house is built. I think that actually is the fundamental issue and part of the problem that we're facing as a country, not housing targets, not even necessarily the wording in the current NPPF or the consultation and the amendments that are being proposed and looked at by this government. What we really do need to do is for the government to find a way to get Britain building. I'm not going to go into the Labour manifesto or policy papers around that, because that's not what we're here to talk about. Because we know that the NPPF isn't perfect. And that's why our officers are preparing a response to the consultation, as are officers and members across the country. In my view, actually, some of the proposals within the NPPF do provide greater clarity and certainty and remove some of the subjective woolly wording that we've seen. I want to focus, though, specifically on one particular part of the motion that Councillor Munster has brought this evening. And no, I'm not going to be proposing an amendment. If it were my personal view, though, I would have removed resolution 1.5, which refers to paragraph 11D of the current NPPF and the consultations redraft. I don't think that that actually achieves the objective that Councillor Munster is trying to achieve here, which is effectively to protect North Herts, which is an authority with a recently adopted local plan, from having to increase the housing numbers purely on the basis that we no longer or will no longer have a 5-year land supply in the event that the revised housing targets are applied to us. I think actually perhaps a better conversation to have around that section is in reference to footnote 9 to paragraph 11, which refers us to the existing paragraph 76 of the NPPF, which the consultation proposes to remove. That paragraph that's proposed for removal reads, local planning authorities are not required to identify and update annually a supply of specific deliverable sites sufficient to provide a minimum of 5 years worth of housing for decision-making purposes if the following criteria apply. If the following criteria are met. A, their adopted plan is less than 5 years old. And B, the adopted plan identified at least a 5-year land supply of specific deliverable sites at a time that its examination concluded. That paragraph is proposed for removal at the moment, and I think actually the removal of that paragraph is what places this authority at risk, not anything in 11D. However, I don't think that this motion is one that is particularly helpful to us. I don't think that it is helpful for us this evening to be sat here effectively trying to, from the floor of the council chamber, draft our response to the government's consultation on the NPPF. And I would hope that all members of all parties going forward are going to be effectively consulted and able to input into the political response, which Councillor Allen has said will be attached to our office's response to the NPPF consultation. But of course, colleagues, the consultation is open to organisations and individuals of all types to respond to via the government's website, isn't it? Therefore, any member, any political group can submit their own response to the consultation. And I hope, colleagues, my brief technical point at 10:07 in the evening might assist and be helpful to those seeking to submit responses to the consultation. But as I've said, I don't think that this motion is really appropriate or one that is going to achieve the objectives that Councillor Munster is setting out. I think there's a better way to go about this.
Councillor David Barnard.
Thank you, Chair. In seconding this motion, I'd just like to point out that 2,100 new homes to the east of Luton, with an agreed master plan providing shops, schools, libraries, medical centres and a full transport infrastructure, in my mind, constitutes a new town in its own right. And even worse, opens up the floodgates for further development into our district. Luton has no proven unmet need, and therefore this council, in reviewing the local plan, should remove this from the plan and reinstate the valuable greenbelt, which provides an essential buffer to prevent coalition of our settlements. Housing, yes, but in the right places. North Herts is in danger of becoming a designated area as a new London overspill, as we've seen elsewhere. We should reject development which does not serve the needs of North Herts residents and encourage the government to introduce incentives for businesses and therefore employment opportunities to level up in the Midlands and the north of this country. I support this motion.
Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you. So this motion goes some way to address some of the concerns we have with the planning reforms. Now, not all the planning reforms that are proposed are bad, but there are some concerns. And regarding the housing target, I believe the increase proposed for North Hertfordshire is 90 homes, so it's not significant. But some of the other things that are in this motion around infrastructure in particular, we know as councillors that developers contribute towards infrastructure, but residents don't always see that infrastructure following soon before the housing or soon after. There seems to be a very long lag at times, and therefore more and more houses get built without the appropriate health support, education support, transport, etc. I think we'd all agree that we should build on brownfield first. Obviously, it's more expensive, which is why developers don't favour it, which is again why we should be ensuring developers build the permissions that they already have, rather than cherry picking. So I support that. And I support the notion that we want to protect North Herts in terms of the 5-year land supply. I don't know the technical details, but I think that we would want to retain that protection. and strengthen the rights of local residents. Regarding beauty and beautiful design, well, that's very subjective, but I certainly wouldn't want to move away from that emphasis. So with the removal of the bit about the new towns, which the amended motion and the addition of the 2 paragraphs that we've included, I will be voting for this motion. Thank you.
There's no one else notifying me that they want to speak, so can we please move to the vote? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ralph-Munsell.
Thank you. I will keep this brief. And obviously, could I request for a recorded vote? Thank you to Councillor Dennis for raising some interesting points. I agree with her in the terms that we, of course, need to actually make sure that we're answering the question of how homes are built. Thank you to Councillor Barnard for obviously highlighting the east of Luton site when you've got a 22% reduction in Luton's housing need. Obviously, there is no need for that east of Luton site. And thank you to Councillor Brown for highlighting the need for infrastructure. It's something that residents in Coddigott in particular tell me obviously hasn't happened. And elsewhere across the district, we need to ensure that there is that infrastructure in place before development takes place. But thank you to the Liberal Democrats, I believe, for supporting this motion, and I would implore everyone to do so.
Can we now move to the vote?
Chair, the motion is carried.
Okay, motion 5. Changes to the winter fuel allowance. Can I please invite Councillor Ralph-Munsell to move the amended motion?
Thank you, Madam. I'm aware this has been a very long evening so far, but this potentially is one of the most important matters that we will discuss because
Is this the time that when we need to declare an interest? So can I therefore declare said interest and rely on that?
Thank you. Is there anybody else that needs to declare an interest? Thank you, Val Bryant. Anybody else that needs to declare an interest? Oh.
So, Chair, if we can just get individual members to declare it so that it is on record, please.
Is that you declaring interest, Claire?
Yes, Councillor Strong is declaring an interest. My husband was in receipt.
Okay, Councillor Stuart Willoughby.
In receipt.
Councillor Ian Mantle.
Received it.
Councillor Steve Jarvis.
Yep, he as well.
Councillor Martin Prescott.
I'm old enough, but I've never got it.
Councillor Michael Muir.
I have to declare an interest.
Is that all of them? Okay. All right. So now we will move to the motion, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that. Now, as I was saying, I'll continue my remarks because this potentially is one of the most important matters that we will consider this evening, because 23,266 pensioners across North Hertfordshire are at risk this winter of losing their winter fuel allowance. Now, politics and government, more specifically, is about choices. The Conservatives took difficult choices over 14 years of government, so we know all too well. However, Labour perhaps are just waking up to the realities of government and the fact that they can say one thing in opposition, but they may have to do something in government. Because the choice that the Labour Party has made is quite simple. It's quite clear. They have decided that a pensioner on £13,500 a year does not need to be in receipt of additional £300 that will contribute towards them heating their home. But they have decided instead that a train driver on £65,000 a year is so hard done by that they need a pay increase by £10,000. What the Labour Party have done is they have put their union paymasters before pensioners in North Hertfordshire. Because the real difficult choices pensioners will have to make this winter will be whether or not they turn the heating on at home or whether they put food on the table. And these aren't decisions taken by people in a far-flung place. They are decisions of which will be taken by constituents of ours within our own communities. But this wasn't contained within Labour's manifesto. In fact, it was only until recently that the Prime Minister himself was urging the Conservative government not to cut the winter fuel allowance. But yet again, that is another broken promise from this Labour Party, because this is something of which is going to impact all of us, because the Labour government pledged that they would cut energy bills for every single person in our country by £400. And they're going to do that through setting up GBN Energy, a state-run energy company that doesn't actually produce any energy whatsoever. But instead, the ONS reported that the typical household energy bill will now increase next month by £149 a year. Yet again, another broken promise. They certainly really are racking them up within their first 100 days. I think they're potentially the most unpopular government in modern British history. Or they're certainly setting themselves up for it, because the honeymoon, colleagues, is most definitely well and truly over. But if you're not convinced by the comments of Conservatives and what the Conservatives have done in Parliament to try and ensure that vulnerable pensioners across North Hertfordshire and across the United Kingdom are eligible for that support, then perhaps listen to your paymasters. Perhaps listen to the unions, of which I'm sure have helped fund your campaigns, because the TUC and Unite, not organisations of which I'm particularly fussed about, but they have said, in a rare agreement with the Conservative Party, that this is not a policy which Labour should be pursuing. So perhaps take a look at that and make of it what you will. And let us not forget that it was this Labour government of whom bombarded MPs, the whips bombarded their MPs to vote for it. And there may be some individuals in this chamber of whom are disappointed by the decision Labour has taken. In fact, the Member of Parliament for North East Hertfordshire was disappointed by the decision which was taken by the government. He signed an early day motion calling on the government to reverse the claims. That is an MP who represents North Hertfordshire, but he didn't have the courage, ladies and gentlemen, to follow his convictions. He kowtowed to the Labour whip. So if you are concerned about the impact that this will have on the oldest and poorest residents in your communities, then back this motion.
Do we have anyone that wants to speak in the debate? Oh, sorry, we need a seconder.
I'd like to second it and reserve my right to speak, please.
Thank you. Councillor Willoughby, I think, wants to propose a amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would, and I'm going to keep it very short because time is creeping on. I know, I do. Thank you, Councillor Debenham. I would like to propose the amendment to this motion, which is contained within one of the agenda supplement documents. I'm happy to read this out, but I assume that you've all got it in front of you. It should be on page 16, so the parts that are relevant to this. Obviously, this issue is an incredibly important and sensitive issue for so many across our district, and it's certainly for us who represent so many people across our district. And it has become a much bigger issue over the last few years, where we've seen bills rise sky high without accountability. Councillor Munzer, if you want to talk about political point. This council has done a lot of work to assist those who are in difficult situations, particularly financially. And that is why we would like to add to this motion that we are continuing to encourage this work within our own work and that of those we work with. Additionally, it is important that we acknowledge that there are going to be some very tough decisions made by the new government after many years of economic mismanagement, and this will unfortunately have an impact on our day-to-day lives, hence the additional point at the end. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder for your amendment? Councillor Mason.
Yes, Chair. Happy to second Alistair's amendment and to speak on it. I'm afraid I've got some bad news for our Conservative colleagues and perhaps one or two of the Lib Dems as well. I don't know quite how to tell you this, but there's no statute of limitation in politics. The slate doesn't get wiped clean when you lose an election. You're still accountable for your past sins. Given the Conservatives were still droning on about Liam Byrne's wretched note during the recent general election campaign and still admonishing Labour for the winter of discontent until about last week, I would have thought that the Tories would understand this. And yet here we are, our local Conservatives as the unlikely champions of universal benefit, dogged opponents of welfare cuts. I suppose we should welcome their conversion, a special place in heaven for a sinner who repents. But where were these opposing voices for the last 14 years?
To be being called sinners. Could we have that retracted, please?
I absolutely retract that if that's offended you, David. I'm not going to retract the rest, though. Where were they when successive coalition and Tory governments slashed public sector spending, the NHS, education, the police, local government, cut the wages of doctors, nurses, teachers, the police and the rest, cut jobs, cut pensions, tripled tuition fees? Did North Herts Council write to the local MPs and ministers to express outrage then? When they introduced bedroom tax and cut disability benefits? When they replaced universal child benefit with crude means testing? Did Councillor Strong and Councillor Muir and Councillor Barnard and their peers write strongly worded letters to the Secretaries of State for the day?
No? Okay.
Do we only do that when we have a Labour government desperately trying to sort out the mess of previous government's making? Perhaps we should take it as a compliment. Clearly, opposition councillors think it's only worth writing to local Labour MPs and Labour ministers who never bothered with the last lot. To be honest, I have some sympathy with the substantive motion and the concerns it raises. The winter fuel allowance is between £100 and £300, I believe, which I recognise is a lot when you need it. But I read that 880,000 pensioner households, not pensioners, pensioner households, are not claiming the pension credits to which they are entitled. £4,000 a year on average, I believe. I welcome that this motion encourages local efforts to promote pension credit uptake, and I'm pleased to say we're already doing so. But where was your outrage letter to Mel Stride, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, until July to demand action over the outrage of hundreds of thousands of pensioners missing out on thousands of pounds of benefits? Where were your impassioned pleas to Oliver Hill and Bim Afalami? Remember them? So you can parade your outrage around this council chamber, exercise your suddenly discovered talent for drafting missives to ministers. We see you and we will call you out.
Councillor Matt Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite astonished by that statement by Councillor Mason, given his earlier comments on being political, but we'll leave that aside. I support this amendment, and I think that the points that Councillor Willoughby made previously were very valid. Thank you.
Councillor Tim Johnson.
I too support this motion, and for the comments before about political point scoring, the vast majority of Councillor Mason's statement was purely that.
Councillor Ralph Munter.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I would like to set Councillor Mason straight on a few things, because I'm very proud of the Conservative record of government, particularly when we're talking about the economy. What Labour gave us in 2010 was unemployment at 8%. Under the Conservatives, we gave Labour an economy with 4.4% unemployment. We inherited an economy with the lowest growth in the G7. We gave them the fastest growing economy in the G7. Inflation under them was 3.4% in 2010. Inflation is 2% at the moment. The deficit was 10.3% in 2010. Guess what? It's down. It's 4.4% under a Conservative government. And Councillor Mason likes to talk about the NHS and policing. Well, I've got news for you, Councillor. The fact is the Conservative government put more money into the NHS than it's seen in its entire existence.
Councillor Munster, this isn't a debate about the NHS.
No, it's not. It's a debate about the motion, and I'm responding to a point of which Councillor Mason raised, and therefore I would have thought it would be wholly in order.
No.
No? Well, in that case, I will say that I disagree wholeheartedly with the amendment. I disagree with what Councillor Mason said. And I would urge him to think about the pensioners of whom are just about managing and who will have to take a decision this winter whether to heat their home or put food on the table.
Is there anybody else that wants to talk about the amendment? No. So can we please move to the vote?
Chair, the amendment is carried.
So now we're going to debate the motion, the substantive motion. Councillor Steve Jarvis.
Thank you, Chair. I think I acknowledge that there are some real issues with universal benefits, a benefit that provides winter fuel payments to everyone over the age of 66, everyone in Britain over the age of 66, which I suspect probably includes Paul McCartney, Richard Branson and Alan Sugar, none of whom probably need help with their heating this winter. So I think that there are some real issues there. And it would have probably not been a bad thing if the government had taken steps to ensure that the richest pensioners didn't receive this. But unfortunately, they've taken the approach of ensuring that all but the very poorest pensioners don't receive this. And from what I understand, the level of pension credit is less than the current standard level of pension. So only elderly, very elderly pensioners who are on previous poorer pensions are likely to receive any benefit of this. So the government has clearly got it wrong. It should perhaps have made some change, but not the change that it did. Now, we're told that there is a financial black hole, and we've had an interesting exchange between Councillor Munster and Councillor Mason about statistics of who's done worse. But I was rather depressed to hear Councillor Mason essentially argue we're no worse than they were, because I think that the whole tenor of Labour's campaign was that they might actually be a little bit better. They weren't terribly ambitious about how much better, but they did say they were going to be better. So to turn to an approach of saying, yeah, this is not very good, but it's no worse than a lot before, really isn't something that's very attractive. So whilst acknowledging that there was a financial black hole that the previous 14 years of Conservative government had left, and that has an impact on the government's financial decision-making, I'd like to propose an amendment adding to the end of that. But that does not justify the withdrawal of the winter fuel payment.
Could you just clarify what the actual wording and where it goes?
The end of the new item 5 to add, but this does not justify the ending of the universal winter fuel payment.
Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Collins,
Collins.
second. I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
No, we're debating that then.
We go to that
Debate on that one.
So we are debating the additional amendment. Does anybody wish to speak on that? Councillor Daniel Allen.
Actually, no, this isn't relevant at this time.
Okay, we're going to go to the vote for the additional.
Adding to the end of point 5.
Is everybody clear?
Chair, the additional amendments carried.
So that's now the substantive amendment. Motion, sorry. So that's now the new substantive motion. Can we continue the debate, please? Councillor Barnard.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I hear Councillor Mason's mention of the previous government's shortcomings, but surely that can't justify punishing older people. There's many other ways of raising money. In North Herts, over 23,000, as you've heard, pensioners have had their winter fuel allowance taken away. True, many may not rely on this, but it is a fact that also many pensioners are just over the threshold to receive benefits and therefore not receive this allowance. How can the government promote a minimum and a living wage which far exceeds the pension currently received? If this draconian measure is to remain, then the government should raise the basic old age pension to match their stated living wage and therefore be consistent with its ideas. So for that reason, I urge all councillors to support pensioners and vote in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Louise Pearce.
It's peace, but I want to speak very briefly about the need to ensure that those residents who are entitled to pension credit get the support they need to claim it. Residents entitled to claim pension credit, but who are not yet doing so, could be identified by North Herts benefits officers and pointed towards our partner organisation Citizens Advice North Herts to assist with a pension credit application. However, Citizens Advice North Herts have received absolutely no funding from central government to assist with this potential extra workload. This morning I heard from Citizens Advice North Herts that almost 50% of their clients seen attend with an issue related to benefits and debt. Their funding is not keeping up with increased demand, let alone any additional demand from clients due to the withdrawal of the winter fuel payment. This policy is being implemented without the support required for our residents or the charities such as Citizens Advice, who will, as usual, be left picking up the pieces.
Councillor Daniel Allen.
I just wanted to quickly come in for Councillor Peace to let her know that as a district council, we have been letting people know on social media about the ability to claim for pension credit. But we also acknowledge the fact that social media isn't necessarily the best way to reach these hard to reach people. So we'll also be putting things out in Outlook, and we are speaking to people at our councillor surgeries as well.
Okay, so I think we have concluded the debate. So can we please move to the vote?
Chair, the motion's carried.
Okay, so now we move to item 8, items referred from others committees. 8A, the council plan 2024 to 2028 to be considered with item 10. 8B, the medium term financial strategy to be considered with item 11. 8C, referred from cabinet, the Q1 investment strategy, capital and treasury to be considered with item 13. 8D, finance, audit and risk committee, referred from finance, audit and risk committee, updated contract procurement rules 2024 to 25 to be considered with item 14. Update to the officer and member indemnity policy, Isabel.
Thank you, Chair. So members will see that the report seeks council endorsement for updates to the member and officer indemnity policy to reflect current needs and to ensure that the council is compliant with relevant legislation. It provides protection for officers and members acting in their official capacities. The policy you will see has been updated to clarify indemnity provided to members and to officers acting on external bodies such as the local authority trading companies and council charities. You will see that where their own indemnity is insufficient, the council's indemnity policy will provide that necessary cover. The indemnity policy ensures that councillors and officers can perform their roles with the assurance that personal liability will not arise, provided that they are acting within the scope of their duties, and are happy to answer any questions on the report. Thank you.
Do members have any questions for Nope. So recommendation at 2.1 that the council authorise amendments to the adopted officer member indemnity and insurance policy as set out in Appendix 1 of this report. Can I have a proposer? Councillor Allen.
Happy to propose, Chair.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Valbride.
Happy second.
Can we move to the debate? There's no debate, so can we vote?
Chair, the motion's carried.
Item 10, Council Plan, Councillor Daniel Allen or Council Plan 24 to 28. Can Councillor Allen present the referral from Cabinet and report?
Thank you very much, Chair. The Council Plan sets out our vision and strategic priorities for the next 4 years. It also highlights some of the key projects and supports these priorities. Other policies and strategies like the medium-term financial strategy and our service delivery plan will align with the Council Plan and provide more details. Discussing during the September meeting of Overview and Scrutiny Committee suggested that it would be helpful to have a diagram to explain the relationship between this plan and other such documents. We'll incorporate this during the design process. In terms of development of this plan, a workshop was held in June with members of the administration, as well as the leadership team and other key officers. This workshop gave administration members the opportunity to share their key priorities and aspirations for the next 4 years, as well as to reflect on previous achievements and the resources needed to deliver key projects and aspirations. A smaller working group was then formed to oversee the plan's progression. This group included key officers and members of the administration. 2 subsequent workshops were held with administration members in July to narrow down the priorities and select key projects and initiatives to sit under each priority. Officers from the Policy and Strategy and Comms team drafted the plan during the month of August. The working group and leadership team were given the opportunity to comment on the draft before it was uploaded for committee. The draft was taken to the September Overview and Scrutiny meeting, where no formal amendment recommendations were made. The discussion did suggest the addition of performance indicators and timeframes for the initiatives. However, it should be noted the council plan is a high-level strategic document, and performance indicators, timeframes and risks to delivery are already included within related documents like the council delivery plan and the medium-term financial strategy. The discussion at Overview and Scrutiny Committee suggested the addition of context around the term net zero, with the sustainability priority to explain what this means and the reference our goals around this. The discussion also suggested the addition of more information about our work to support businesses and economic development, and the enterprise team have since provided text about their work to raise the profile and increase the activities of the Herts Business Support and Skills Programme within North Herts. The discussion at Cabinet reflected that this would be useful additions, and therefore, subject to full council approval, the council plan will incorporate these at the design stage. Cabinet made no formal amendment recommendations in its referral. This draft is a plain text version. Once the contents is approved, the plan will be formatted and designed. Minor amendments can be made at the design stage under the authority of myself and the Managing Director. The plan's vision is working with you for a fairer, greener North Herts. Its priorities are thriving communities, accessible service, responsible growth, and sustainability. That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Matt Barnes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Allen, for coming to Overview and Scrutiny, and also for covering off many of the points that we raised there. And it's encouraging to hear that they will be covered in the design stage, even though they're not in the text that's presented to us tonight. One further question: when this came to ONS, I asked whether accepting these new priorities are intended to provide a guide for action. Is there anything the administration now sees as not being a priority? And in response, you said you'd get back to me on this. So my question is, have you come up with an answer to that?
I emailed you.
Not received that email.
If I can pass that on to my officer, we'll give the response now.
Sent an email to the scrutiny officer.
Okay.
So you might not have had it yet, but essentially the answer was that that should kind of come out through the budget process, and the service delivery planning process as well.
Councillor Ralph Monsor.
Thank you, Chair. And could I just confirm we are in debate? No, in that case, ignore me.
So the recommendation is that full council review and approves 2.1, the council plan appendix A, with the 4 new council priorities as outlined below: thriving communities, accessible services, responsible growth, sustainability. And 2.2, that authority be delegated to the managing director, the leader of the council, and the leader of the council to approve any minor amendments to wording required as part of the design process. Can I have a proposer? Councillor Allen.
Yeah, very happy to propose this, Chair.
And a seconder? Councillor Valbright. Thank you. Now we're going to debate. Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Well, there's nothing much to disagree with in this plan because it's not substantially different from the joint administration plan that we were part of. The headlines have changed. So we've gone from people first, sustainability and a brighter future together to thriving communities, accessible services, responsible growth and sustainability. So it's slightly differently framed, but essentially what's in this document is not a lot different. And I think it lacks a bit of ambition, but there's nothing really to disagree with. Only other comment I'd like to make about it is that over the next 4 years, we will includes quite a number of items that have already been progressed by the previous administration and are already happening rather than things that are going to happen. And I find that rather disingenuous. Anyway, I will be abstaining on this council plan. Thank you.
Councillor Ralph Monsor.
Thank you, Chair. Could I first of all just start by thanking the officers of who were involved with this? It's obviously an incredibly detailed and bulky document, and it takes an awful lot of work. So thank you for the time, the effort, the energy that you've put in. Councillor Barnes asks a very, very interesting question, and I don't need to provide him with the officer or Councillor Allen's response, because what is not a priority for this administration is collecting bins. It's something of which within their plan, they are very much happy to talk about the new waste contract, but they're not happy to actually accept that it will leave residents in North Hertfordshire with a worse service. They're not happy to talk about the fact that a statutory service is seeing cuts, when cuts and efficiencies could be made to non-statutory services, for example. And I'm grateful to Councillor Allen for his attendance at Overview and Scrutiny. I think the recommendations of which the committee put forward were fair and reasonable, and were recommendations of which sought to improve this plan. But it's quite disappointing that actually the vast majority of ONS's recommendations haven't been taken into account. In fact, the document of which is before Council tonight is the exact same document of which was before Overview and Scrutiny at the start of the month. It's the exact same document of which was at Cabinet in mid-September. So it's very, very disappointing on that front, because one of the points that I raised at ONS was that the plan does not set out the clear challenges that this council faces. Now, one of those challenges is, of course, local government finance, because the Labour government, the Chancellor, has been quite clear that there will be no more money for local government. And therefore, this council has some very, very difficult decisions, much like other areas of local government as well. But this plan doesn't seemingly reference that in sufficient detail. And it fails to actually recognise the political position of this council, because, as has been quite apparent this evening, this is a minority administration. They have lost votes, and therefore they are reliant on either the Conservatives or the Liberal Democrats to abstain or support what they want to get through. That is not something of which is referenced within this plan, and it certainly is something of which they should be, well, by tonight, they're probably acutely aware of. But it's also a very ambiguous and vague strategy. Now, I get that this is a high-level strategic document, but equally on something like our ambition to go net zero by 2030, obviously, we first and foremost don't actually have a definition of what that actually means. But equally as well, it's quite a clear ambition. Why on earth is it not designated and stated in this council plan? So with limited key performance indicators, limited abilities for both the opposition and the public to actually measure success, I would urge the administration to take this plan back to the drawing board, make it less incomplete, and bring back something of which they would be proud of, and of which our members of the public will be able to better understand and will be able to better judge them against.
Councillor Matt Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. As Councillor Allen mentioned, there was some debate at ONS on this about including more meaningful targets, and I would like to revisit that momentarily. I fully accept, as he said, that this is a high-level strategic document, but I think there are areas where clearer, more tangible ambitions could improve the plan. I've got some examples, so bear with me. Continue to look for the best option for museum storage so that we can preserve the collection for future generations. Look at how we can use artificial intelligence to modernize routine processes and increase efficiency. Continue to review income generation opportunities through our enterprise team. These are just a few of the line items which, when we look back at this plan in 2028, the administration might technically be able to say that they've done, whilst at the same time actually having achieved nothing of tangible value for residents. I hope that by raising these examples, I've explained this more clearly than I did before, and that my comments will be taken in the constructive and non-partisan spirit in which they're intended. Statements like these focus too much on the internal activities that the council is going to do rather than the external outcomes that the plan should be about. So I think this plan could be improved by ensuring that every single objective within it clearly describes what this administration expects to actually deliver for residents. What are you going to do for them and why? Because ultimately, I think that is what they will want to know.
Okay, there's nobody else that wants to participate in the debate. So, oh, sorry, Martin Prescott.
Thank you, Chair. Just very, very briefly, I'd like to echo what Councillor Barnes said. Again, accepting that it's a high-level strategy document, I do think that if we don't put any kind of targets, anything that can be measured by members of the public, it just becomes a wish list. And it's you know, it's nice, it's nice reading, but it's virtually meaningless.
Councillor Daniel Allen.
Thank you. Just to come back, yes, the whole point of a council plan is to give an overview. I would invite Councillor Prescott and anybody else to read other councils' council plans and see how they're generally laid out. I'd also like to point out that our next item is the medium-term financial strategy, which does explain lots of the issues that we will be facing, and that is something that sits underneath the council plan. Thank you.
Okay, with no more names on my list, then can we please move to the vote?
Chair, that motion's carried.
Okay, so we're now item 11, medium-term financial strategy. Councillor Allen to present the referral from Cabinet.
Thank you very much, Chair. This report recommends the medium-term financial strategy for 2025-26 to 2029-30. It's to guide and inform the Council's business planning process. The focus is primarily on setting a budget for 25-26, as well as determining the actions that will be necessary in setting a longer-term budget following on from that. It reflects on the many uncertainties that the Council faces, but it does recommend a 5-year budget strategy. There'll be a need to amend the strategy over time as further information becomes available, but the medium-term financial strategy supports and is supported by the Council plan. This reflects the Council can only deliver priorities and projects that it can afford and should prioritise its spending around delivering its priorities. Thank you.
Councillor Ian, oh sorry, any questions? No questions. So can I invite Councillor Ian Albert to present the...
Thanks, Chair. The medium-term financial strategy, MTFS for short, sets out our forecast on expenditure, income and funding over a 5-year period. We would clearly, as Councillor Allen said, like to take a longer term view, but at the moment there is much uncertainty. We've no indication of our funding for next year, and clearly, obviously, within our pay bill, those discussions with our trade unions continue. But I will come back to the point about government funding shortly. The MTFS gives us the parameters for setting a budget in February, and we can use reserves to balance our budget in the short term. But in doing that, we need to have a plan to balance the budget in the medium term and maintain a prudent level of reserves. But we are in that fortunate and strong place with those reserves. The MTFS shows we can afford to use higher than expected treasury, investment returns and excess retained business rates to help balance the budget in 25-26. That then allows us to carry out meaningful consultations on our spending priorities in summer 25 to feed into the budget decisions for 26-27 and 27-28. We had hoped to be able to do this sooner, but the general election overtook events. However, by going out to residents next summer, we will have been able to do more work on what's possible, including sharing services where we have a really excellent track record as a council. We also hope that we will know more by then whether the government will be able to provide more ongoing funding certainty during 2025. And certainly this, I think, both this group, I think us, the LGA, and indeed cross-party, I think local government is lobbying government for additional funding, both through the budget and the current spending review that's going on. And we'll know more about that later this year and early next year. We're working on the assumption, though, that we will still need to deliver significant savings over the next few years, and know that's a difficult task. Most of the money that we spent is spent on delivering statutory services. We will always look to deliver those services in line with our priorities. Even as our funding has continued to reduce, we've tried to maintain our ability to offer discretionary services that are linked to those priorities. So in readiness for that budget consultation, we'll be preparing information to help explain to our residents how we set our budget, the pressures we face, and the options we have. We can then use the output from that to set where we will prioritise our spend and therefore the areas that we won't prioritise. I know that my shadow finance colleague, Councillor Ward, has put in an additional recommendation for debate. Chair, much of that information and amendment I accept, but realistically, we will need some time to get right what we ask of residents. Therefore, when this is debated, I'll be asking colleagues to accept an amendment to paragraph C, which will tie informally how we will engage and involve opposition groups as part of the budget consultation process. And I'm sure Councillor Munsell will welcome that, because we recognise, and it will be welcomed by members on all sides, we recognise the numbers here on the council and the importance of how we can work sensibly cross-party in actually delivering what our residents most want. We're already rigorously reviewing our capital programme to ensure it meets our priorities. The MTFS also defines what we mean by savings, and this is not about having to crudely cut our services. We're realistic that we'll need to make difficult decisions. Some will because we believe it's the right policy direction to take, and they come with financial implications. And others will because we need to do less to balance our budget. Some may be areas where we can generate income. We're clear, though, that when we have the information we need, we're ready to make those decisions. And on my amendment later, we'll build in that member involvement. The MTFS highlights some areas that we will start to look at during this year: parking charges, garden waste charges. We also highlight the work we've been doing to support residents through our council tax reduction scheme. A new banding system has come somewhat more than cost more than originally forecast. So we won't be necessarily proposing any significant changes for 25-26, but we won't fall into the trap long term of leaving the current bands unaltered for years to come. The MTFS also recognise that our staff are the most important resource and will explore ways to improve our recruitment and retention. And there's not an infinite capacity for them to deliver even more work and key projects without resources. Finally, the MTFS sets out our current thinking on waste collection now that we've agreed the new contract. And I thank particularly colleagues like Councillor Allen, Councillor Tyson, and all the staff in North and East Herts involved in getting us to this point. I believe this paper sets out a prudent and practical way forward to ensure that we deliver the services that our residents and businesses most value. I move, Chair.
Does anyone have any questions for Councillor Albert? Councillor Paul Ward.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just a point of process. When do it with the additional recommendation? Is that something we'll propose and debate now before the main vote or after? How does that work? Or oh, it has been accepted. Okay. I'm happy to read out what I propose and Councillor Albert's agreed, if that's helpful for members.
Oh. Councillor Albert.
Chair, would it be helpful if I can read out the amended subparagraph C to Councillor Ward's amendment? Would that be helpful?
Yes,
Chair,
please.
so the paragraph the new subparagraph C, so delete the old one, but the new subparagraph C says to engage with opposition group leaders and finance leads on the process and specific options for any public budget consultation by June 2025.
Councillor Ward. So from my understanding is that your 2.2 and your 2.3 have been accepted. Yeah, but not 2.4. So
I don't have a 2.4, Chair. Sorry. It's a yeah. So would it help if I read it out
Yeah.
just to clarify? Okay, so I do have some comments as well, but I'll just read the text first so everybody's clear. So what I was proposing, including what Councillor Albert said, was to add a recommendation 2.2, which is that the council notes that the development and implementation of savings proposals are needed by April 2026 in order to start addressing the forecast shortfall in 26-27 onwards, and B, instructs the executive member for finance and IT to prepare a range of feasible quantified saving options, including increased use of shared services, and C, the revised one, to engage with opposition group leaders and finance leads on the process and specific options for any public budget consultation by June 2025. Thank you. Could I make some further comments as well?
I don't think you need to propose it or anything
Okay,
because
I just
that's
wanted to
been
say-
approved. That's Councillor Albert. So we need a seconder for the changes that Councillor Albert wanted to make.
Just a second for the recommendation. Councillor Allen wants to second that, I believe.
Thank you.
Reserve my right to speak.
So now we can go to the debate on those recommendations.
So do I read this?
And all of that.
Yeah.
Obviously that's changed, but you
I'll
don't
read
need
that.
to, you don't need to read that out.
Can I just do that? Does everybody understand what we're voting on?
Debate.
Or debating on? Okay, so we'll go to the debate. Councillor Paul Ward.
Thank you, Chair, and Councillor Albert for the update. I wrote this earlier. I believe in community and the decentralisation of political and economic power to local government, even at 11:03 p.m. The very detailed medium-term financial strategy document sadly forecasts an unsustainable future in the long term for the council's financial position, and without further action based on a reasonable set of assumptions, we have a deficit. 1.8 million additional savings are forecast to be needed in 26-27, rising to 2.5 million every year thereafter. This equates to about 12% of the forecast ongoing spending, according to the excellent report on page 81. This is, of course, in the context of significant long-term squeeze on local government finances. An IFS report this year on English councils funding highlighted that during the 2010s, there was a 46% fall in funding from central government, and some councils have had to take very public emergency measures. Thankfully, we don't have to take any knee-jerk action, as the councillors have highlighted. I believe that the council should be, however, actively working on a range of further savings proposals in a cross-party manner. This could include efficiencies, income generation, and service changes, as our report also rightly says on page 81. And therefore, I propose to add the recommendations that we've just highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any other people that want to participate in debate? No. Okay. So, oh, sorry, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. And again, thank you to officers for producing this comprehensive report, and to Councillor Ward for his comments regarding the unsustainability of local government finance. I'm in wholehearted agreement on that. The current model is unsustainable. The government has been quite clear. They're not going to give local government any money. And Councillor Albert has said with respect to this that we're looking for savings. Perhaps, might I suggest, the biggest saving of them all would be to abolish this authority and go to a single unitary authority for Hertfordshire, which would deliver £100 million worth of savings, which could be put back into statutory services or into the pockets of taxpayers in Hertfordshire, rather than fund bureaucracy.
Okay, if we've concluded the debate, then can we please move to the vote?
Chair, that motion's carried.
Thank you. Item 12, appointments for independent person and the reserve independent person to the Standards Committee. Councillor Alistair Willoughby to present.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to apologise because this is a slightly longer thing, but I think it's very important that it's slightly longer. Because before I introduce and propose this report, I would like to take a few moments to express my gratitude to two of our current reserve independent persons, Peter Chapman and John Richardson, who will soon be leaving their positions. Both have had a long history of public service, holding various leadership positions in education, healthcare, and community organisations. Peter Chapman first joined North Herts 18 years ago and brought a wealth of experience from his Knights Templar school days and has supported the Standards Committee and its work during that time. His experience of complaints handling, Standards Committee work, school governance, patient advocacy, and quality assurance has assisted with this council's focus on ethics. His continuing voluntary work with health committee membership and adult education show an unwavering dedication to public service. John Richardson joined us as a reserve independent person 4 years ago, having also acted as the independent chair of the Hitchin Town Hall Review. John joined us having played a key role in NHS ethical reviews of research prior to retiring, being director of the then NHS Central Office for Research Ethics. During his time with us, he continued to act on NHS ethics committees, say that a few times, and that'll be difficult, ad hoc panels reviewing COVID-19 research, and also contributing to community religious life through various roles in World Church Councils and Churches Together. As chair of the Standards Committee, I would like to say a huge thank you. Hopefully, the report is clear and sets out the reasons for the recommendations before you. The council must have an independent person, and for practicality, persons should have more. Paragraph 8.2 sets out what these independent persons undertake as part of these roles. Each 4 years, the council now undertakes a recruitment exercise, and this began in May 2024 with advertisements as mentioned in section 5.1. With a high level of interest, 17 applications received and 8 candidates were shortlisted. The candidates recommended under section 2.1 were subject to application, interview, and to references, also having to meet the legal and special requirements detailed under section 7.4. The selection criteria for the role is detailed in Appendix A. You will note the level of experience of those recommended for appointment under 2.1, and we concluded that Nicholas Moss, OBE, Patrick Hodson, and Stephen Tant exceeded the requirements and criteria for the respective roles. I therefore move the recommendations heartily. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Rufflinson.
I was looking to second the item.
Are there any questions first? Councillor Laura Williams.
Yeah, no objections or anything, but the independent person, the deputy independent people don't seem to be representative of the community. And I wondered how representative the pool of applicants was and what we can do to encourage, diversity and high quality applications.
Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question, Laura. We had only, gosh, if I remember correctly, 3 or 4. I apologise for not having the number straight to hand. We had 3 or 4 women who came forward for the positions. Unfortunately, after shortlisting, in fact, three of those. One of them pulled out the night before. One didn't turn up at all on the day, and one unfortunately just didn't meet the criteria. Unfortunately, obviously, we would much prefer to have a wider, diverse pool of applicants and people representative of our communities. And I think it is absolutely right to say that we need to do more. What that looks like, I think, is something that we need to consider over the next 2 years, because obviously these three are in post for 2 years now. And I think that we need to take that time to actually find out how we can be better at this. I couldn't say exactly what those measures look like off the top of my head. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there's no more questions, the recommendation is that full council 2.2 appoints Nicholas Moss OBE as independent person, Patrick Hodson as reserve independent person, and Stephen Tant as reserve independent person. 2.2 delegates to the monitoring officer in consultation with the chair and vice chair of standards committee the decision, if the current independent person decides within term to resign, unable to act, or no longer qualifies, to appoint one of the existing reserve independent persons as the independent person, and or to undertake any further recruitment as may be required. Can I have a proposer? Councillor Ian Albert.
Happy to second. I'll let Councillor Willoughby propose it.
Okay. And I think Councillor Munster also wanted to propose it, so I'll let you fight that out. Somebody seconded it. Can we move to the debate? Councillor Ralph Munster.
Yeah, I'll keep these comments brief, but all of these individuals are absolutely exemplary. You know, they have dedicated their lives to the service of the public. Welcome back, obviously, to Nicholas Moss, who has been doing an absolutely sterling job as our independent person. And I look forward to working with Mr. Hodgson with his experience in the Royal Hong Kong Police, and Mr. Tant, the experience that he brings from the Fire and Rescue Service. So some absolutely exemplary individuals, and I look forward to meeting them and working with them in due course.
Councillor Daniel Allen.
Thank you. I'd like to thank councillors and officers for working through on appointing the independent person and their supports. Nicholas Moss is a fantastic choice, as are Patrick Hodgson and Stephen Tant. And I'd also like to reiterate the comments from Councillor Laura Williams. This is definitely something that we need to look into, and I'm glad to hear Councillor Willoughby is going to be doing that. So thank you ever so much.
Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you, yes, to councillors and officers who've worked on this, and I'm confident that these people have been selected through a clear and an objective process. I'd like to record my thanks to the independent persons that have now stepped down, as well as to Nicholas Moss, who continues. I think they do an amazing job, and I think it's a really important one that's often done in the background that people don't see, but it's extremely important that our complaints process is robust and objective, and they play a very important part in that, and they also support councillors when they do receive complaints. So can we record our thanks to them? Thank you.
Can I second that? Can that be done?
You can add that one to a recommendation that you pass on the thanks.
Okay, we'll add that to the recommendation that we're passing on our thanks. So done debate. Can we move to the vote?
Chair, the motion's carried.
Item 13, Q1, Investment Strategy, Capital and Treasury, 2024 to 2025. Councillor Paul Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Can I declare an interest in this item due to my employment and exit?
Councillor Daniel Allen to present the referral from Cabinet.
I think we can all read this through nice and easily, and I shall pass it straight on. Thank you.
Councillor Ian Albert to present an amended recommendation and with amended recommendations as included.
Cheers, thanks, Chair. And probably just briefly to say we're in the process, as I mentioned earlier, of carrying out a full capital budget review to feed into the 25-26 budget process. So this is a relatively light touch update on our capital forecasts. Second half of the report, Appendix B, provides details of our treasury position. Overall, again, as we said earlier, we're generating much higher returns due to higher balances and higher interest rates than we forecast. For this meeting, I'd like to draw your attention to some additional capital items and expenditure to be brought forward from the 25-26 capital programme. That's paragraph 8.4, sets out in some detail about our proposed new museum chiller, something that I think is really critical for museums, and to make sure we've got a stable environment to best preserve and maintain artifacts. The current chiller has been much patch repaired, but it's clear that his repairs are temporary and it's ultimately now beyond repair. So we're proposing that additional 80,000, which is the installation costs, and that capital expenditure 80,000 is added to the capital programme for 24-25. 8.5 and recommendation 2.2 explains about the ward funding from the local authority housing fund. Settle of support is in the delivery of 7 properties under rounds 1 and 2 of the fund. We were not initially given a specific allocation for round 3, but have now been notified that we can have up to 1.920 million of capital funding to deliver 10 properties. The delivery of properties should be 8 for the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme and 2 temporary accommodation properties for general use. Council is now asked to approve that the capital spend should be added to the capital programme. This will be fully funded from government grants. Paragraph 8.9 states that the capital programme includes an allocation of 69,000 for backup and business continuity hardware. It's identified by bringing forward up to 8,000 of that into 24-25, that the total spend can be reduced by at least 4,000 and could be up to 7. Recommendation 2.3 therefore proposes a change to the profile to the capital spend to achieve that saving. Additionally, in the in 8.8c, which is the referral from Cabinet, we've also been approached by Everyone Active. They had planned to phase the works that they and we were planning at Hitchin Gym, but looking in more detail at how the works would be carried out, they think that doing the works all together would be less disruptive overall. They're also seeing the impact of competition from other providers and want to get our facilities up to standard as soon as they can, targeting in advance of the new calendar year to take advantage of that time of year. This would involve bringing forward our budget of 300,000 for member change and relaxation area refurbishment, and 372,000 of the 1.194 million budget that we have to provide funding to Everyone Active in return for a reduction in the management fee, as our cost of capital is lower than theirs. This second element would mean that the revenue benefit would kick in sooner, although note that the overall benefit would be the same. So therefore, there is that additional recommendation that the council approves bringing forward 0.672 million of leisure funding to allow upgrades to the fitness facilities in Hitchin to take place in this financial year instead of the next financial year. This will be made up, say, of the 0.300 million budget for member change and relaxation area refurbishment and 0.372 million of the 25-26 allocation of the budget for providing capital funding to our leisure provider. I move, Chair.
Thanks, and you've very nicely read through that for me, so I don't have to do it again. Can I have a proposal? You've proposed it. Can I have a seconder?
Happy to second, Chair. Reserve my right.
Thank you, Daniel Allen. Can we move to the debate, please? Nope, nobody wants to speak on this. So then can we move to the vote?
Chair, the motion's carried.
Someone go and get them. He's got it. Okay, item 14, updated contract procurement rules 24-25. Councillor Nolan to present the referral from Finance and Audit and Risk Committee.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this as absolutely brief as possible. So in terms of the questions raised at the committee, a lot of the focus was around the new thresholds in terms of what is considered a major contract. Those which we have had recently have been mainly processed under the old rules, so there's no real change there. On questioning of officers, it's not expected to be any real financial impact in terms of their work and their time, although obviously with new rules in place, there will be some changes to processes there. No real changes in terms of the availability to use penalty clauses for the contracts when we do procure things. And there was also consideration of the need to release the pipeline a year in advance for expected contracts as they come up. But other than that, no further comments to make at this point. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any questions for Councillor Nolan? Councillor Ian Albert.
It's not a question, Chair. I was going to just press my button to introduce the report.
Introduce the report then.
Yeah, thank you. Just to update members, last week the Cabinet Office announced that the Procurement Act 2023 will now go live on the 24th of February 2025, a delay of 4 months from the original date of the 28th of October this year. This is to allow time for a new National Procurement Policy Statement, NPPS, to be produced to ensure that the public procurement supports delivery of its missions. The NPPS, which sets out the government's strategic policy priorities for public procurement, is an essential element of the Procurement Act, and it is crucial that the new regime commences with a statutory NPPS aligned to the new government's priorities. However, I still believe that we should bring these new contract procurement rules before Council tonight. It could even be this morning before long, so that we have a document largely ready to go when the Act goes live and after a new NPPS is published. We're proposing later that any minor changes are delegated to myself and the Service Director, Ian Cooper, but clearly if the changes needed to our rules are much more major, then we will need to come back to full Council for approval. We will also be reviewing our Go Local policy, which I hope the members and local businesses will welcome. And there are much clear linkages as well to our social value policy. So these will need to fit well together. With your agreement, Chair, I'll hand over to Ian Cooper just to take through the detail of the report and pick up any questions. And after then, I'm happy to move an amended and also an additional recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Albert. In relation to the recommendations, the recommendation 2.1 currently refers to the October date, so that clearly needs to change. The proposal is to delete that date and change to from when the Procurement Act 2023 is implemented, which gives scope for it changing date again. And then the second recommendation, which Councillor Alberts alluded to, is to allow any further minor changes to be made to the procurement rules in advance of their implementation. So that would read, that Council delegates to the Service Director Resources in consultation with the Executive Member for Finance and IT approval to make minor changes to the contract procurement rules to support the full compliance with the Procurement Act 2023, with any such changes being communicated to all members. The reason for that being that with that delay, there is more likely to be more slight changes, slight reviews of what the best practice around it, and so therefore giving scope to that being implemented without coming back to you again. In terms of the document itself, it sets out both in the body of the report and the appendix the changes that have been made. It is a fundamental rewrite of the current rules because there's been such major changes to the Act itself, but also gives a chance to review how it supports our officers in carrying out procurement and making it as easy as possible for them. In terms of officers, this will be supported by guidance and other documents to help them with their work on procurement, as well as the work of our procurement officer to support them on that role, and from legal as well. The document does mention our Go Local policy. We will be taking that chance to review that following, hopefully, agreement of these recommendations to make sure it both aligns with anything coming out from government, but also to make sure that policy is refreshed to interact with both our social value and our general policies. And that will happen through the autumn time. And we'll review that and bring that forward, and also publicise it better, as since it's adopted, it probably hasn't been as well publicised as it was initially. So that's kind of an introduction to the report, and I've gone through the recommendations.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Nolan.
Yep, happy to second.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Okay, can we go to the vote then, please?
Chair, the motion's carried.
Okay, item 15, constitutional amendments made following temporary restructure. Isabel to present.
Thank you, Chair. Members will note that this is a brief item regarding constitutional amendments made following the MD's decision, which was made under delegated authority on the 25th of July to implement a temporary restructure. The report provides all the detail within 8.1 quite specifically, but I'm happy to assist with any queries on the same.
Are there any questions? Okay, the recommendation is 2.1 that council accepts the amendments made detailed in section 8.1 of the report. Can I have a proposer? Councillor Allen.
Happy to propose, Chair.
And the seconder, David with Stanley.
Yeah, happy to second.
Thank you. Is there any debate? No, can we move to the vote?
Chair, the motion's carried.
Okay, so nominations of representatives on the Baldock United Almshouses Charity outside organisation. May I need to present?
Thank you, Chair. So this report is just to consider a further appointment to a body that we already appoint to, that being Baldock United Almshouse Charity. The reasons for that are set out in the report, and also to appoint that fourth member to it if you so wish.
Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Thank you. Could I just check? I'm on that outside body. Do I need to declare an interest and leave the room?
I would think yeah. I would think not, however. Isabel, would you like to?
Thank you. Councillor Willoughby, it depends on the type of interest. Could you just elaborate slightly, please?
So this is for, I'm one of the trustees now and council representatives for the Baldock United Almshouse Charity as a council representative already. No.
That should be fine then, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So the recommendation is 2.1 that council approve and nominate a fourth member of the outside organisation, the Baldock United Almshouse Charity. Can I have a proposer for the recommendation? Councillor Nigel Mason.
Thank you,
And a
Chair.
Seconder. Oh,
Happy to nominate Councillor Rona Cameron.
So, Chair, that's the recommendation, and the nominee is what Councillor Mason is proposing.
okay, and Councillor Daniel Allen.
Happy to second Councillor Rona Cameron and reserve my right.
Have we got any other nominations?
Are there any other nominations? Councillor Ralph Munter.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to nominate Councillor Muir for this position.
Councillor David Barnard.
Happy to second that nomination and reserve my right.
Any other nominations, Chair?
Are there any other nominations? No.
Any debate, Chair?
Is there any debate? Debating?
No.
Okay, so there's two nominations. Can James run the vote, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this will be similar to annual council. So the vote will consider that council approve and nominate a councillor as a fourth member. Voting will take place in the same way as at annual council. When indicated, please use the yes button only to vote in favour of whichever councillor is said. After the conclusion of this vote, you'll be asked to use the yes button to indicate a vote in favour of the other councillor. You must only select a yes vote once, and please do not use any other voting option at this stage. Is that clear with members? We will now move to the vote. Please use the yes button on your microphone unit to indicate a vote to approve a fourth member, and that member be Councillor Rona Cameron. Thank you. And please use the yes button on your microphone unit to indicate a vote to approve a fourth member, and that member be Councillor Michael Muir. Thank you. Therefore, it is agreed that a fourth member be appointed to the Baldock United Almshouses Charity, and that member be Councillor Rona Cameron, and the organisation will be informed.
I close the meeting. The next full council meeting is. Oh, sorry, Councillor Allen.
Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to let people know there is a large fire in Hitchin at the moment. So if you are making your way back to Hitchin, you may want to be aware. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. The next meeting is on the 28th of November.